We're looking at China's President Xi in what was the epicenter of the COVID-19 outbreak, praising doctors on the front lines, talking to a patient being treated, and walking the empty streets, waving to residents quarantined inside their homes. He's trying to show strength and that China is beating the virus, while elsewhere the situation grows worse. Italy is reporting a staggering rise in deaths just a day after the whole country was put on lockdown. And outside of New York City, the governor is ordering a 1-mile containment zone in one of the country's biggest hotspots. This as President Trump tries to ease fears.
It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away.
The stock market takes another roller coaster ride, ending the day in positive territory. But airlines are facing devastating losses and tourism is reeling. This as passengers are still disembarking from that cruise ship now docked in Oakland. Meanwhile, millions in 6 states are preparing to vote. Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders are fighting to be the Democratic frontrunner, but the big focus is on Michigan. Who will they choose? And will the candidates be able to continue holding large rallies while the country battles the coronavirus? Both campaigns canceling rallies scheduled for tonight. Good evening, and thanks for streaming with us on this election night. I'm Diane Macedo in for Lindsay Davis. 6 states are holding primary elections with a lot of issues on voters' minds, including the spread of the coronavirus. And that's where we begin. As of right now, there are at least 118,000 confirmed cases worldwide and at least 4,200 deaths. Italy is the country with the highest mortality rate right now. At least 168 people have died from COVID-19. In the last 24 hours there, the entire country is on lockdown. The airline industry is also getting pummeled, with travelers feeling skittish. Major events have been canceled along international events and domestic carriers, as well as international carriers are also very low on flights. Many of the passengers who do choose to fly are wearing masks and wiping down with disinfectants. In Washington state, the alarming death toll is raising awareness of the need to protect the country's senior citizens. We're going to ask a medical expert about the new warning for friends and family members not to visit these facilities. Meanwhile, here in the Northeast, the expanding cluster of confirmed cases, a New Jersey man who worked at a racetrack in the New York City suburbs has been killed by the virus. Also in the suburbs of New York, the synagogue connected to many of the cases in the area. Schools and major gathering places within a 1-mile radius of that synagogue have been told not to assemble. Our Whit Johnson leads us off there from Westchester County, New York.
Tonight, New York ordering the first containment zone in the U.S., with the number of infections in the state soaring to at least 173. The governor sending the National Guard to New Rochelle, a suburban hotspot north of Manhattan.
It is a dramatic action. This is literally a matter of life and death.
That zone of containment consisting of a 1-mile radius around the Young Israel synagogue, where dozens of people were exposed by that infected attorney. Schools and buildings that hold large gatherings will shut down for 2 weeks. Most businesses and grocery stores will remain open. People will be allowed to enter and leave.
You're not containing people, it's facilities.
The wife of Lawrence Garbus, that attorney who was the first in the area to get the virus, releasing a statement saying, as many have asked, of course he went to the doctor and did so many times. No one figured it out, and it even took the hospital days to figure it out. This was all new, adding, please pray for those who are positive, who have had high fevers and suffered from this. Among the new cases statewide, 2 school bus drivers testing positive. Officials say they're now notifying parents.
They transport between them approximately 80 students on several routes.
A Barclays employee who worked on their trading floor contracting the virus. Today, neighboring New Jersey reporting its first death, a 69-year-old man with underlying medical conditions. That state is also where 32-year-old physician's assistant James Kai is hospitalized. Kai describing himself as previously healthy, but the virus is taking a heavy toll.
Half of my lung is already pneumonia, not working, only half. So I don't know how much longer I have to keep my lung working.
The spread leading dozens of schools and colleges to suspend in-person classes, including Amherst, San Francisco State, and Ohio State University. Today, Harvard announcing it will begin transitioning to online instruction. Just outside Dallas, a father, his wife, and 3-year-old have tested positive.
The 3-year-old gives us a little more concern than the father who's healthy in his late 30s, but we're praying for a quick recovery there too.
A man in his 30s in Anoka County, Minnesota, reportedly sought medical care on March 3rd. He was evaluated and released tonight in critical condition after being diagnosed with the virus. COVID-19 delivering a massive blow to the airline industry. Delta announcing it will reduce its number of domestic flights by up to 15%, United 10%, and American 7.5%. Amtrak temporarily suspending several nonstop trains between New York and D.C. Our Gio Benitez on the rails.
It's usually tough to find an empty seat on the Amtrak Acela between New York and D.C. Not today. Just take a look. Seat after seat is empty.
Tonight, frustration reaching a boiling point over testing. This is what Vice President Pence pledged last week.
By the weekend, another 1 million tests will be shipped around the country.
But tonight, 6,600 tests conducted nationwide. Pennsylvania has done just 7 tests. Massachusetts declaring a state of emergency.
And Whit Johnson joins us now from New Rochelle, New York, where the National Guard has been called in. Whit, how are those guardsmen expected to help?
Well, Diane, we know that about 100 to 200 members of the National Guard are expected to be here on Thursday. They will be deployed to disinfect local schools, public areas, and they're also going to deliver food to any place that might need it. Now, the mayor of New Rochelle is reminding people that this doesn't mean it's going to be some type of militarized community. There's not going to be checkpoints. People will be able to come and go as they please. But the governor says he's taking the advice of health officials, and they needed to attack this outbreak right at the source. Diane.
Hopefully these efforts paid off. With Johnson there from New Rochelle. Thanks, Whit. Now to the latest developments on the West Coast. Passengers are slowly disembarking from the Grand Princess cruise ship docked in the port of Oakland. 19 crew members have tested positive, but the rest of the crew, more than 1,000 people, and some of those crew members will all stay on board for now. Passengers have been making their way off the ship to be screened and bused to quarantine. Our Matt Gutman is there with the latest. Matt?
Tonight, frustration mounting aboard that virus-stricken ship.
We're getting a little discouraged.
The offloading process grindingly slow, and for many passengers, confusing.
Once we get off, which will probably be tomorrow, we still have 14 more days.
So, Mama, where are we?
We are quarantined.
Tiffany Essig, her husband, and 3 kids among the lucky ones.
They let us go first. Isn't that awesome? Yeah.
They disembarked and were promptly bused to 2 weeks of quarantine. Tonight, officials tell us that ship is flying the yellow flag, an international signal that it's under quarantine. And all 19 of the infected crew members now back on the ship for isolation. One passenger telling CNN the rules kept changing.
Yesterday, they had us where we had to maintain 6 feet of distance from everyone. Last night, to exit the boat, they have us standing, next to each other.
Health officials say the outbreak on board a major concern, especially since 1,000 of its passengers are 70 or older, the most vulnerable age group. And in Washington state, we're seeing how unforgiving the virus can be for the elderly. 19 of the state's 22 deaths at this nursing home, and almost all of the surviving residents now infected. This hospital now using a drive-through to test its employees. The governor saying Washington state is now bracing for an explosion of cases.
In 7 or 8 weeks, there could be 64,000 people infected in the state of Washington if we don't somehow slow down this epidemic. And the next week it'd be 120,000, and the next week it'd be 250,000.
And Matt Gutman joins us now live from the port of Oakland. Matt, we've seen people come out in sort of these dribs and drabs. How has the process been, and what are the conditions like for the people still on that ship?
You know, it's been slower than expected, Diane. I was told overnight that there would be well over 1,000 people, maybe 1,500 off the ship today. Maybe they could even get everybody, all 2,400 passengers off. That has not happened, according to Governor Newsom. Only about 200 plus, maybe up to 300 people so far have been taken off the ship today for a total of just over 700. They've got a long way to go if they want to get 2,400 off. So this could take a couple more days. They hope they can streamline this, but obviously on board, people are growing tired of just sitting there and watching all of this unfold below them, Diane.
And Matt, we heard in your report that a passenger complaining of how close they are standing together, even getting off the ship. What kind of feedback are you hearing from either people on the ship or government officials about how this is going?
Well, government officials say that this is not going so badly. The captain earlier complained that things hadn't gone well and they hadn't been informed on the ship of what the process would be. But having spoken to people from Carnival, which is the parent company of Princess, and the CDC and local EMS, they're saying this is a lot better than it went with the Diamond Princess, when 700 out of the 3,500 passengers and crew on board got sick. 6 of them died. So compared to that, what's going on here is a lot safer and a lot more smooth, Diane.
All right, glad to hear that at least. Matt Gutman from Oakland, California. Thanks, Matt. And as fears mount about the coronavirus, President Trump is urging calm. The president said he personally feels, quote, extremely good and sees no reason to get tested for the virus, despite having contact with several people now in self-quarantine. The president also met today with Senate Republicans about his proposed economic stimulus package aimed at cushioning the blow on the economy from the coronavirus. ABC's Mary Bruce has the latest on that.
On Capitol Hill today, the president pitched an economic recovery plan to counter the uncertainty sparked by coronavirus.
Mr. President, how long should Americans be prepared for the economy to suffer?
Well, this was unexpected. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. We want to protect our shipping industry, our cruise industry, cruise ships. We want to protect our airline industry, very important. But everybody has to be vigilant and has to be careful. But be calm. It's really working out, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
A key part of the president's plan, a payroll tax cut. But even some Republicans are skeptical, suggesting it's more of a Band-Aid than a solution.
To me, that seems more like, like a maintenance mode than it is more of a stimulus.
Democrats blunt in their criticism.
The administration seems to believe that the answer to any problem is another tax cut.
The president says he has not been tested for the virus, even though he spent time with 3 people, including his new chief of staff, who are now self-quarantining after coming into contact with a man who tested positive.
I don't think it's a big deal. I would do it. I don't feel that any reason. I feel extremely good. I feel very good.
The virus now top of mind in Washington, but the administration is sending mixed messages about what precautions to take. At the Pentagon, reporters spread out in the briefing room, but at the White House, the president spoke to a packed room. In the Capitol, members of Congress pressed Speaker Pelosi on what last to leave.
Now, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is now working with the Treasury Secretary to come up with this recovery plan. Options on the table include possibly enhancing unemployment insurance or boosting paid leave for employees who do get sick. But, Diane, it's simply not clear what the president is going to get on board with. Here on the Hill, he seemed to dismiss the Democrats' proposals, suggesting that they were too scattered and maybe simply an attempt to score political points. Diane.
All right, Mary Bruce from Capitol Hill. Thanks, Mary. And joining us now is Seema Verma, an administrator for the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare. She's part of the president's coronavirus task force. Administrator Seema, we saw you speak just a little while ago, early this afternoon, as you were updating the country on the latest developments on this fight. And I'm curious, Vice President Pence said that there are 1 million tests available and 4 million on the way. But we've also heard from physicians across the country who say they don't have enough tests. How do you explain that disconnect?
Sure. Well, we have increased the number of tests that are available. Just last week, over 1 million tests were shipped out, and by the end of this week, it's going to be up to 4 million tests. Essentially, if people are ill, we're encouraging them to call their doctor's office first. The great thing about the Medicare program is that President Trump made some changes to the program, so our seniors can actually call in advance, and those calls or conversations over Skype are covered by the Medicare program. And if their physician indicates that they need to have a test, they can order a test, and those tests should be available. Tests are also available at public health laboratories as well.
So what can people do if they do go to the doctor and the doctor, for whatever reason, says we don't have access to a test?
Well, there are tests available. They can get them through their normal way, either ordering a test, sending the person to a hospital. We've actually now engaged private companies to help us with this, but all of the state public health laboratories are performing these tests.
And you announced some new emergency measures related to the virus just a short time ago. Can you walk us through those?
Sure, absolutely. Our focus is making sure all Americans are safe, in particular focus on our seniors with underlying health care conditions. We're doing everything we can to focus on them. And another vulnerable point are our elderly citizens or others that are living in nursing homes. And that's where we feel like we've got to really double down on efforts. The president has taken a very proactive approach with this, and he's asking the entire healthcare industry to double down on our infection control procedures and practices. And we're also going to use our 8,000 surveyors across the nation to go into nursing homes and hospitals and work with them to make sure that they have the policies and procedures in place that are going to keep people safe when they come into healthcare institutions, and that we're controlling the spread of the virus inside healthcare facilities.
All right, Administrator Seema Verma, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the best way to understand COVID-19 is, and its evolution for that matter, is through testing. But there continues to be this confusion about accessibility to those tests. With the amount of cases growing daily, how prepared are we? Dr. Todd Ellerin, the Director of Infectious Disease at South Shore Hospital, is here with more on that. Doctor, we just heard from the administrator that tests are abundant and that there are plenty of them. What's your experience been like so far in getting access to those tests?
Well, there's been a bit of a testing turmoil, I'd say. So the number of patients that require COVID testing right now far exceeds our state lab's ability and capacity to perform these tests.
So it's not necessarily the number of tests, but the ability to process them all?
That's right, exactly.
So what?
And the sorry.
No, go ahead.
The silver lining in all this is that the commercial labs will be doing testing soon, and they're used to high volume testing. So that will really help decompress these state labs.
So if you, for whatever reason, are not able to test a patient who is ill, what do you tell that patient in that circumstance?
Well, remember, we still have to follow our basic infection control principles. Right? So if we think that they may have COVID-19, we want them to stay home. Again, I want to emphasize most of these patients have mild illness, so they'll do well at home. But we want to make sure they stay away from, others more than 6 feet away, good hand washing, making sure that if they do have fevers, that they stay out of school, stay out of work. And really, for the most vulnerable patients, our elderly, those with a weakened immunity, it really is important to avoid these mass gatherings.
And in your experience, how many people do you think are affected by this backlog in testing that maybe are unable to get tested when they want to?
Well, I think in many parts of the country right now, there is community transmission. And that means the number of unconfirmed cases far exceeds the number of confirmed cases.
We spoke to you a little while ago before this outbreak got to the level that it is now, and I just want you to take a look at what you said.
With that said, this is a serious pathogen. We want to make sure it doesn't spread around the globe. We have to make sure it doesn't become a pandemic. And in doing so, we have to take basic infection control procedures like early identification, isolation, and then contact tracing, and perhaps quarantine when we think that's necessary.
So here we are now nearing pandemic level. That was your advice then. What's your advice now?
Okay, so testing is more important now than ever because we have to find all of our patients who have COVID-19. We need to isolate them. And then we have to quarantine their close contacts. And then we also want to do testing on asymptomatic and mild illness so we can see exactly what the denominator is. Because without knowing the exact number of patients or a good estimate of how broad-reaching this virus has struck, it's impossible to know things like mortality rate. We're hearing about mortality rates around 3%, but remember, early on in an epidemic, when you're only testing the more severe cases, you tend to overestimate mortality. I'm hopeful that over time, as we're doing more broad testing, we're going to see more cases, and overall, I'm confident that we're going to see the mortality rate decrease.
All right, we certainly hope you're right. Dr. Todd Ellerin, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Overseas to Italy now, where all 60 million residents are on lockdown. In northern Italy, hospitals are overwhelmed, leaving health officials to make difficult choices about who to treat. ICUs are overflowing, and some hospitals are even building tents to test and treat the infected. The Italian government has ordered people to stay home and seek permission for essential travel. There's also a 6 p.m. curfew and enforced space between people in public areas. Normally crowded tourist attractions are nearly deserted, making historic sites look like ghost towns. And in the city of Rome, known for its traffic jams, the streets are practically empty. ABC's correspondent James Longman traveled back to England from Italy this morning and filed this report.
Tonight, the death toll in Italy soaring. Coronavirus taking 168 more lives after nearly 100 died the day before. Fatalities now over 600. Italy's elderly population, the overwhelming victims. The number of total cases topping 10,000. Hospitals in the north finding it hard to cope, making difficult choices about who to treat. ICUs are overflowing. Some hospitals building tents to test and treat the infected. The virus sucking the life out of the rest of the country. 60 million people in effective quarantine. No travel allowed for most unless it's for work or an approved reason. Police enforcing the lockdown. The borders are tightening. Temperature checkpoints for those who cross between Italy and Austria. Italy's schools closed. Sporting events cancelled. People wait in long lines for groceries. Security guards patrol the entrances, letting only a few people in at a time. Authorities urging people to keep about 3 feet away from others. Pat Leiter, an American living in northern Italy, showing us the do not cross line at her grocery store.
There was red tape on the floor marking meter distances from the checkout counter. Then when you went to the deli counter, there was a big red tape line so that you could order from a minute away and call out your order.
Italy has the worst outbreak outside Asia, but China today reported only 19 new cases. Prime Minister Xi visited the epicenter of the virus in Wuhan for the first time, and hospital staff waved to discharged patients, raising hope that the worst there has passed. But Italy remains gripped by the crisis. We got on the last British Airways flight out.
There are people everywhere, and it looks very clear that a lot of people are trying to get out of Italy.
But getting out is becoming increasingly hard to do.
And James Longman joins me now live from London. We're glad you made it, James. I know you're self-quarantined there. We were seeing that video of people being having their temperature checked at the border. What was your experience as you left?
Yeah, so as you approach the passport gate, someone holds up what looks like an iPad and you're scanned as you go past and you're waved through. Then life is kind of normal in the departure lounge. You make your way onto the plane, and then on the British side, as we disembarked, we were handed forms, and on the form it kind of said, we advise, this self-isolation, by the way, is not mandatory, but the government advises those who've come back from Italy to self-isolate. But there is no temperature check. I was surprised to see upon arrival and upon, check the kind of passport scanning, you would imagine you would see maybe some kind of scanners there, some temperature scanners. Nothing like that on the British side. And there's been a lot of talk here in the United Kingdom about people coming back from high-risk zones and those checks not being in place. So I was surprised to see that. It was certainly an extraordinary experience. That I'd only got to Rome the day before, and the airport was basically empty. The airplane itself from London to Rome had about 15 people on it. And so as soon as the announcement came out, these emergency measures that Giuseppe Conte, the Italian Prime Minister, put forward the other night, there was a mad rush. My phone app, I tried to book my flight, move it up, everything was dying. It was very, very difficult for people to get flights out, and actually that BA flight, the one I got, was the last British Airways flight out of the country, and a lot of the airlines are cancelling their flights out of Italy altogether.
And James, looking at the situation in Italy now, it seems to have gotten so bad so quickly. What are your sources on the ground telling you about how this unfolded?
Look, it's really difficult to know. Anecdotally, when you're there, Italians will say, look, we have our elderly at home. These are members of our family that we cherish, and they spend time with us. They're not like other Europeans, perhaps in North America as well, where elderly people tend to get sort of bussed off to a nursing home or an elderly care home. In Italy, they stay in the family unit. But what that means, possibly, is that younger people who may have the virus but don't demonstrate symptoms are more mobile and they carry it,
and they carry it to places where there are elderly people who then aren't as able to survive it. So I think this idea of young and old mixing a lot more in this northern region anyway could be something. This could be part of the reason why Italy has been hit so hard. Also, it's important to say that patient zero has still not yet been found, the person that brought the virus into Italy from China. And it could be that they came in much earlier than anyone expected. But it is a sad thing to see, and I was really struck. I got very early this morning in the cab on the way to the airport, and you know what it's like. You always talk to cab drivers everywhere you go in the world, and for the first time in my life, the cab driver started to cry. This is a man in his 40s or 50s, and my Italian is not good, but through Google Translate, I can basically understand him to be really, really worried about his elderly relatives, because consider what it must be like to not be able to visit the people you love, and to wonder if your presence will put them further at risk. And that really is a sense throughout Italy now, that the elderly are really on the front lines of this. And he was just crying, and the only word I really understood was mama, and I could tell that this was something that really upset him. So look, the Italians are doing everything they can to do something about this. I think Giuseppe Conte wants to get out in front of it. There was the sense that perhaps every kind of precaution that was being taken was just a little bit too slow, that the virus was always a couple of steps ahead. So they're really hoping that this works, but certainly the elderly in Italy are really suffering right now.
It's heartbreaking, James. Hopefully these new precautions have a positive impact. Thanks. Now, when we come back, they call it Mini Super Tuesday. 6 states are in play. So will Joe Biden have another big night, or will Bernie Sanders pull off another Michigan surprise? The stock market takes another roller coaster ride. What is Wall Street saying about the president's proposed stimulus plan? And we've already seen what coronavirus can do inside a nursing home. So when we come back, we'll ask how facilities across the country are preparing.
It took us quite a while to get to the Air Force Base where we're currently located. I definitely felt more concerned for my grandparents and for myself in terms of health. I still feel like they were relatively relatively healthy and doing well.
Thank goodness to Michelle. She plays the ukulele and she sings, and so we kept very busy. And all that I want in this hour is to see friends and family.
That's Michelle Heckert and her grandma Adelina, who we heard from yesterday, singing and doing Zumba with her grandparents to pass the time while under quarantine on the Grand Princess cruise ship in California. As you can see, they've been able to get off that ship. They're now at Travis Air Force Base. Over to the markets now, where it was another wild day on Wall Street. A day after historic losses, stocks soared during trading today. The Dow jumped nearly 1,100 points on optimism about possible stimulus measures to counter the economic impact of the coronavirus. Here to help us break it all down, Chief Economic Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis is here. Rebecca, how much of today's rebound is due to the president's proposed payroll tax cut?
Well, a lot of it is due to that. But if you look at what happened during the trading day today, it's pretty interesting. Those closing numbers with the stock market up almost 5% look great when you look at that number. But during the trading day, the market actually erased about 1,000 points before rebounding. And what Wall Street will say is when you look at that type of behavior in stock trading, it's generally a decent sign that that optimism is really taking hold of the overall market, because trading is psychological. What happens, even though we talk about numbers and statistics and reactions, oftentimes that psychology of what a lot of people on the trading floor and a lot of people on Wall Street are thinking can drive things too. And then in terms of what actually is in the plan, from what we know, what would that do for the economy? Well, it's still unclear exactly what will be in the plan, and that actually will have a big impact on how impactful it is in the economy. For example, if there was a payroll tax cut, which is one of the things that's been discussed, that might not show up in the economy as quickly as, for example, giving people, those who are out on sick leave, for example, helping pay for that, or paying businesses that are not the type of businesses that's going to pay their employees for teleworking, that type of thing. We also know that there are a lot of businesses and a lot of industries that have been hit especially hard as a result of the coronavirus. Number one being the travel industry, cruise lines, airlines set to lose $113 billion in sales as a result of the coronavirus. That type of thing, those types of industries are definitely the ones that could potentially have a more direct stimulus, as same as the small businesses, because we've heard from a number of small businesses that have really felt a lot of pain even before the coronavirus came here to the United States. They were waiting on supplies from Chinese factories that were shut down, and now they'll face an additional issue with consumers being potentially less interested in spending money as more and more are shuttered in. It'll be interesting to see how competing news of what's happening with coronavirus versus also what's happening with this proposed stimulus package continue to affect the market going forward. Yeah, absolutely. And that's really the tug of war that Wall Street will be playing out in the coming days. Expect more volatility. I mean, Wall Street will continue to watch the coronavirus itself and the information that we get about the virus, its spread, its severity itself. But one of the biggest things that Wall Street in the days leading up to this proposed stimulus has been worried about is whether or not Washington would take a stand and introduce some form of economic plan in response to the coronavirus. Now that that looks likely, the biggest question is it's the devil's in the details. What are these details? Who will get helped? And how big will the stimulus end up being? All right, well, one thing's for sure, you will be busy, Rebecca, so thanks for coming by. We appreciate it. Thanks, Diane. And we still have more news to get to tonight. Washington State is ordering new restrictions to protect nursing homes as one facility reports more than 24 deaths. So is it enough? And the terrifying surveillance video just revealed of those deadly Tennessee tornadoes.
Into ABC News, straightforward.
I visited my father at Life Care Center, contracted the virus. Last Wednesday, it all hit me like a freight train, including the temperature, shortness of breath, the cough, all of the statistics. Went to Swedish Hospital, and they were incredible in the emergency room, put me in a negative pressure room, got me some breathing things to help my lungs. And within a couple of days, I was pretty much back to normal. But it's a nasty one that can hit very fast and very hard. And especially, I'm a healthy guy. It will hit the older and the people that are infirm much, much harder. And that's the biggest scare of this whole virus.
Many with loved ones inside long-term nursing care facilities are concerned now about what's being done to keep those places safe. In Washington state, the nursing home considered the epicenter of the virus in the U.S. is now reporting more than 24 deaths. The situation is so critical, the governor has announced all nursing homes in the state will be restricting access. Only one visitor will be allowed in each day. Visitors must follow COVID-19 screening, along with signing in during every visit, and employees and volunteers will also be screened at the start of their shift. But is it enough to help some of the most vulnerable? Joining me now, Dr. Lona Modi, the Director of Geriatric and Palliative Care Medicine at the University of Michigan. Doctor, thanks for being on.
Sure.
I know you specialize in the spread of infections within nursing homes. So what steps should be taken at these facilities the moment someone is diagnosed with COVID-19 or suspected of having it?
I think the first step that nursing homes have to take is to be in touch with their local, state public health officials. They are the ones who will be helping nursing homes to direct a response to the initial cases, as well as informing the family, staff, and taking the first steps to diagnose that case and others appropriately.
Now, for those with loved ones in nursing homes, how can they ensure the facility is prepared for a possible outbreak?
No, that's an excellent question. I think the loved ones should be making sure they ask the right questions to the nursing homes. Are your staff trained? Are your staff washing their hands and using appropriate measures to prevent transmission of infections in the setting? What else are they doing to reduce the adverse consequences to the older adults within the nursing home setting? How vigilant are they in communicating the latest news and the latest updates with the state, with the local hospitals, with the patients and the families?
And I know you talk about getting answers and communication. We've spoken to several families of people who are there at the facility in Kirkland, Washington, where this all started. And one of their biggest complaints is lack of information. Some of them don't even know if their relatives are okay or not. How does a facility control that kind of communication and make sure people are getting the answers they need in a crisis like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges that nursing homes often face is that they may not have the most up-to-date information or contact information for the family and loved ones. So I think staying ahead of communication is extremely important, having a streamlined process as to, from the leadership down as to who is in charge of the communication. Can you use a variety of ways to pass your message on is extremely important.
And Doctor, any other words of advice for either residents in this kind of facility, the facility themselves, or family members who have people there?
I must say that this is a really stressful time for the entire nursing home industry, physicians, patients, families, and everyone. I want people to know that there are many entities, professional societies, CDC, who are equally concerned about this population, and they're coming up with guidelines as we speak to help nursing homes combat this virus.
All right, we certainly hope so. Dr. Lona Modi, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up on ABC News Live, is it do or die for Senator Sanders as Joe Biden surges in the polls? We'll speak with 538. They've been tracking those numbers closely. But what about Michigan? We've seen voters there preview what happens in the general election. We'll see what they do tonight. First, here are the top trending stories on abcnews.com.
ABC News, straightforward.
York's Governor Andrew Cuomo announcing the country's first containment zone around New Rochelle, New York, describing the area as a particular problem with a cluster of confirmed COVID-19 cases.
The numbers are going up unabated, and we do need a special public health strategy for New Rochelle.
In Washington state, Governor Inslee is restricting access to nursing homes. There are now 3 nursing homes in the state with confirmed coronavirus cases. 23 people have died. Overseas, in the last 24 hours, Italy's death toll is soaring. They are the nation with the second largest number of cases after China, and that's even after the Italian government put the entire country on lockdown.
The Italian Prime Minister addressing the nation, saying the future of Italy is in our hands and they must be responsible hands today more than ever.
The death toll in Iran also rising by dozens.
We're getting a little discouraged.
Hello, San Francisco!
On Monday, the Grand Princess cruise ship finally docking in Oakland, California, and beginning its days-long process of disembarking. All American passengers will be quarantined for 14 days.
Investor concerns over coronavirus were eased. The Dow gained more than 1,100 points. Senator Bernie Sanders and former Vice President Joe Biden have both canceled planned rallies tonight in Cleveland out of concern for public health and safety. The campaigns say they'll consult with public health officials before making decisions about future events. The decisions come amid increasing concerns about the coronavirus, the same day 6 states hold their primaries.
The former vice president coming off a string of big wins on last week's Super Tuesday, now racking up new endorsements from his former rivals.
I am so proud to be on Joe's team because Joe is on your team.
We will elect Joe Biden as the next president of the United States.
People of Michigan understand that there are very substantive differences between Joe Biden and myself.
I want to thank you, Special Counsel Mueller, for a lifetime of service to the country.
A federal appeals court ruled the House of Representatives is entitled to portions of grand jury testimony from Special Counsel Robert Mueller's report. Those portions were redacted from the public report.
2 Russian reconnaissance planes have been intercepted off Alaska. NORAD now reporting American and Canadian fighter jets intercepting the Russians Monday. The planes flying about 50 nautical miles off Alaska.
We're back now with some newly released video showing the devastating impact of last week's deadly tornado. You can see debris flying into the air and into cars, fallen light poles and shopping carts. The video was captured by surveillance outside a Kroger in Tennessee. At least 25 people were killed from several tornadoes during those storms. The Pentagon tonight has identified 2 American Marines killed in Iraq. Gunnery Sergeant Diego Pongo of California and Moises Navas of Maryland were both killed as they tried clearing ISIS fighters from a tunnel complex in the mountains. Up to 19 ISIS fighters were killed during that intense firefight. 2 Russian reconnaissance planes have been intercepted off Alaska. That's according to NORAD. Both planes were about 50 nautical miles from the state. They did not enter U.S. airspace. Now to the race for the White House. Millions of Americans are heading to the polls today in 6 states. Tonight's contest will be key to showing whether Biden can start to pull away or if the race will tighten. This all comes ahead of the 11th Democratic debate next Sunday in Arizona, the first set to feature just 2 candidates. In Washington, one of the states hardest hit by coronavirus, voting was done entirely by mail. But the big prize tonight is Michigan, with 125 delegates at stake. That's where we find Terry Moran.
Joe Biden is riding high going into the primaries in 6 states today. 352 delegates up for grabs, including 125 here in Michigan. This state shocked Democrats in 2016 by going for Donald Trump. But many voters here remember with gratitude the Obama administration's $80 billion auto industry bailout, an issue that plays to the heart of Biden's traditional Democratic message, delivered full volume at a Fiat Chrysler plant.
Look, there's a reason why we have middle class. Wall Street didn't build this country. You all built the country. You built the country.
But along with the chants and cheers, an angry confrontation with one auto worker who confronted Biden on guns.
You are actively trying to limit your Second Amendment right and take away from it. Now, go to shush. Shush. I support the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, just like right now, if you yell fire, that's not free speech. From the very beginning, I have a shotgun, I have a 20 gauge, a 12 gauge, my son's hunt. Guess what? You're not allowed allowed to own any weapons. I'm not taking your gun away at all. You need 100 rounds.
So you were in Idaho when you said you're going to take our guns.
I did not say that. That's not true. I did not say that.
Still, Biden is soaring in the polls, but Bernie Sanders is fighting on.
Bernie! Bernie!
The senator's looking to turn the tide and pull off a shocking upset in Michigan, as he did in 2016 against Hillary Clinton.
We are the campaign that brings people together, not divides them. We are the campaign that is appealing to the aspirations and dreams of young people all across this country.
That's right. Well, Diane, Sanders canceled that rally in Cleveland, and Biden canceled his rally in Cleveland. They're both looking forward to the Ohio primary. And Vice President Mike Pence, when he was asked whether President Trump would cancel his rallies, said that's a decision that'll be made on a day-to-day basis. Look, these campaigns are consulting with local public health officials and with the CDC, but it is getting harder and harder everywhere in the United States as the virus emerges here for these candidates to hold traditional political gatherings. Look, politics is a people business. Connecting with people is essential, especially to a candidate like Bernie Sanders, who has these huge rallies where people get fired up and go give him money, and they work for him, and they turn out and vote for him. They'll have to find something else. It is clear already that this presidential campaign, this election, is going to be unlike any other in American history. Diane?
All right, Terry Moran from Michigan. Thanks, Terry. Now let's bring in ABC's Eva Pilgrim, who's traveling with Biden tonight in Cleveland. Coronavirus fears have forced Biden, Eva, to cancel his rally as well. We're also learning that the upcoming debate in Arizona will happen without spectators. So what's the latest from the Biden campaign on plans for tonight and going forward?
Well, the Biden campaign is headed to Philadelphia at this point. They are planning for an event there, or a moment where the former vice president will speak in front of cameras. There will not be a crowd at that event. They're resetting in Philadelphia there tonight after canceling the event here. And we've sort of been watching this play out event by event, day by day, to see how this goes with the coronavirus outbreak and the concern with people as to how much contact should they have with other people. At the events that we've been to so far, we've seen a lot of hand sanitizer, a lot of reminders of people to wash hands. Biden's also been having these press events where he gives a statement with people about specific topics, and those advocates of that topic are there, and maybe a handful of community members. But they're not huge rooms full of people on top of the rallies that he's been doing. So going forward, how is this going to change his campaign? We don't know. We're in uncharted territory. They are taking this day by day, event by event, and will assess the risk as they go forward. Diane.
All right, Eva Pilgrim in Cleveland for us tonight. Thanks, Eva. And as we mentioned, Michigan is in the spotlight tonight and will be again come November. In particular, Macomb County has long been a predictor of the presidential race as of late. Macomb's voters picked Obama in 2008 and 2012 before swinging big for Trump in 2016. The mayor of one of Macomb's biggest cities, Sterling Heights, voted for Trump in 2016, but just yesterday, the mayor, Michael Taylor, endorsed Joe Biden. He joins us live now for more. Mayor, thanks for being on.
Thanks for having me.
So in a tweet yesterday, you endorsed Biden, saying you couldn't look your kids in the eyes and tell them you were voting for Trump. Why did you come to this decision, having already voted for him?
Well, it came down to decency for me. It came down to whether I could support a president who's shown time and time again that his MO is to be indecent and to treat people with no respect. I was looking at my three kids, and those aren't the values that I'm trying to instill in them. And I think we need to get back to a time where presidential leadership can be kind of the moral center of our country. And we're never going to have that with President Trump. So I'm really looking at going in a new direction. And I think there's a lot of voters like me in Michigan who are thinking that, too.
Well, of course, you're just one opinion, but that's the question now, is do you expect to see your community and your other residents of your state following in your footsteps and swinging back to the Democrats in November?
Well, yeah, I'm just one opinion, but I'll tell you, I've gotten incredible feedback from the comments I made and hearing from people around my city, around the country even, saying, I feel just the same way you do, that I voted for President Trump out of obligation as a Republican, and that's what Republicans do. But there's another option this year, and we feel strongly that in order to have a good country with unified, without all this divisive fighting, that we need to have somebody who sets the tone for the whole country in the White House. And so that's why I landed on Joe Biden. I think he's that candidate. I think he's that man that can unify the country and bring us back together.
And what's the most important issue for voters there right now?
Jobs, the economy, no doubt about it. My most important issue is getting rid of Donald Trump. But for the voters that I represent, for about 135,000 residents of Sterling Heights, Michigan, and Macomb County, the biggest issue is jobs and the economy. And, so the president gets very high marks on that from residents in Sterling Heights. So it's going to be difficult for Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders, whoever it is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Vice President Biden. They're going to have to come to places like Sterling Heights and connect with the voters, show that they have economic policies that are going to help workers.
All right, Mayor Michael Taylor from Sterling Heights. We appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And now let's get some more analysis from 538 senior political writer Claire Malone. Claire, according to 538's primary forecast, 2 weeks ago, Biden's odds were not great. Now it seems like a certainty. What happened?
Well, South Carolina and Super Tuesday happened, and that really shifted the campaign around a lot. And so Biden is pretty much, according to our model, and I think according to a lot of the endorsements that you're seeing him get, he's pretty much expected to be the delegate winner of tonight and of the primary as a whole.
Now, the model gives Sanders a less than 1% chance. Is there anything that could change that?
Well, the model's frozen, so nothing can change that percentage. But sure, there's always a possibility that, Sanders could come through. We're seeing Michigan has been a state that's a little bit difficult to poll in the past. We saw a big polling miss in 2016 in the primary there. And there are some, problems with the exit polls that we're seeing tonight out of Michigan. So certainly, it's a state that Sanders could do well in. He did win it in 2016, though I should caution that it's a different environment in 2020. Biden is doing very well in that state. There's some sense that perhaps in 2016, Sanders was getting a lot of anti-Clinton votes in Michigan. So I think it'll be a big surprise if Sanders does pull off a win in Michigan tonight.
And there are also so many concerns about coronavirus right now. Could that have an effect on this election?
I think it's a really interesting thing to play out. We're already seeing a couple of rallies being canceled. Candidates like Trump and Sanders, for whom rallies have become such a critical part of the DNA of their campaigns. It should be interesting to see if they have to cancel those large events and if that has any effect. It sort of makes us think through what actually matters in modern campaigns. Is it those in-person rallies? Is it TV advertising and media appearances? So I think we're going to really see kind of an unknown start to unfold with how a potential pandemic like this does affect an American election.
Well, hopefully protecting the American people becomes the first priority, regardless of party. Claire Malone from 538. We appreciate it, Claire. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
ABC News, straightforward.
We're back now with some positive medical news for you. A new annual report says cancer death rates continue to decline. From 2001 to 2017, the number for all cancer deaths dropped. These decreases were seen in all major racial and ethnic groups and among men, women, adolescents, young adults, and children. Researchers at the CDC said while they are encouraged by the decreases, there is still a lot of work to be done to prevent new cancers and support families and cancer survivors. But we will take that good news as we get it right now. And before we go, our image of the day, and quite a sign of the times. Revelers donning masks while celebrating Holi, the religious gathering also known as the Festival of Colors. Coronavirus fears may be rampant worldwide, but for some, the fun of getting dusted with vibrant powders in the name of tradition is apparently worth the risk. And that's our show for you tonight. Up next, Lindsay Davis, Tom Yamas, and our political team will be live as we begin getting those election night results. We are just getting started here on ABC News Live. Stay with us.
ABC News, straightforward.
It's a big night of politics. The fight for the Democratic nomination now down to two contenders. Former Vice President Joe Biden leading Bernie Sanders in the delegate count, and right now riding a big wave of momentum.
Voters in 6 states are casting their votes. Right now, polls are beginning to close, and tonight, anything could happen.
This is an ABC News special. Just 1 week later, and everything has changed again.
What a difference a week makes.
The campaign trail heats up.
There is no stopping us.
And only one candidate can come out on top.
We're going to win this election.
Democrats divided.
And guess what? They voted for us.
Tonight, the next big test before the conventions.
We're creating a moment and a movement powered by the backbone and base of the Democratic Party.
With so much on the line.
What this campaign is about is not only defeating Donald Trump, it's fighting for a political revolution.
Who will gain momentum?
To all those who have been knocked down, counted out, left behind, let me say to you, this is your campaign.
And who will win the nomination?
Get up! Let's take back this country. Let us defeat Donald Trump. Let us transform this country.
Live from New York City and across the country. Here now, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm Tom Yamas. Tonight is a critical test in this nomination process. Take a look. Up for grabs tonight, 6 states, 352 delegates. That's about 9% of the total number of delegates. The biggest prize, of course, on the line, Michigan, with 125 delegates there. A big win for Joe Biden could be a knockout blow to Bernie Sanders. But remember, just 4 years ago, polls had Bernie Sanders down, and he won a huge upset victory against Hillary Clinton. Can he do it again? Let's take a look again at where things stand at this moment in the race. The magic number, of course, to clinch the nomination, 1,991. Joe Biden with 637 delegates so far. Sanders close behind at 557.
Our powerhouse political team is ready to go here at our election headquarters in New York, where we'll be breaking down the results, and also on the ground in Michigan and with both campaigns as they brace for tonight's results. And there's a new factor in the race here, the fight against coronavirus and the toll that's taking on the economy and the campaign as millions of Americans head to polls. So far, COVID-19 confirmed in 37 states and Washington, D.C., at least 29 deaths and more than 800 confirmed cases. We'll dig more into that in just a moment.
Yeah, but first we have some excitement already, Lindsay. We want to get right to the results coming in right now. Polls have already closed in 3 states, and ABC News can project, based on exit polls, that Joe Biden will win the Mississippi Democratic primary. This is not a huge surprise. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton won every county in that state. It's part of course, a southern coalition of states where Joe Biden has been doing very well. The African-American vote, so important here. They have been supporting Joe Biden throughout this primary process, but a big win there in Mississippi for Joe Biden. And we can project right now that according to exit polls, Joe Biden is leading in the Missouri Democratic primary. We still can't call a winner just yet, but he is leading there. Combining these 2 delegates, we're talking about almost 100 delegates so far in tonight's race right here with both those states. We're going to be digging into the information more as information and data comes in. But the big headline tonight, besides who's going to win, is how is the coronavirus affecting both voters and the candidates? And right now that issue has sort of come up in some of the exit polls, right, Lindsay?
Sure. And what's interesting is people are saying in the event of a crisis like coronavirus, they prefer for Joe Biden to be in the driver's seat between him and Sanders. Now, one little caveat I do want to say all night long as we're talking about the exit polls coming out of Michigan, those do not include people who voted early or absentee ballots, which accounts for about 40%. So that only includes people who actually showed up and voted today. I want to start with Missouri. As far as trust most in a major crisis, 61% to Joe Biden. So he's up about 34 percentage votes over Bernie Sanders. If we look in Michigan, 51% for Joe Biden, up about 19%. The same is true in the state of Washington, 46% for Joe Biden compared to 27% of Bernie Sanders. And what's particularly interesting about Washington, of course, that's where the coronavirus epicenter is here in the United States.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about this all night. I want to go to Terry Moran, who's in Michigan for us tonight. And Terry, this is so important. We're talking about coronavirus. Michigan has already announced some changes to how they're going to be reporting tonight. But, you know, in politics, we always talk about an October surprise. COVID-19 has been a March surprise in this primary process.
It sure has, Tom. There's one thing that's clear is that this presidential campaign, this presidential election is going to be unlike any other ever held in American history. Politics is a people business. This virus requires people to distance themselves from one another. Now, we talked today to the Detroit City Clerk, Janice Winfrey. She runs 500 polling places today, thousands of poll workers. She's taking her guidance from the State Department of Health, which is hearing directly from the CDC. There was the hand gel for voters as they walked in. The poll workers were occasionally wiping down the voting booths. But right now you could feel in talking to people that sense that this is a very serious threat to people's health was not front and center. It will be going forward. So you're right. This is a March surprise, but it's also going to be an April, May, June, July, October, and November surprise. The challenge for people like Janice Winfrey, who run the polls here in Detroit, and for poll workers across the country, is how do you hold an election when there's a contagion like that loose in the country? And as you already pointed out, it's changed the nature of the way people think about candidates. Joe Biden looks like a very different candidate in a crisis. Do people are people as willing to go with a kind of revolution in the way we run things that Bernie Sanders is proposing? President Trump will be judged on his performance. So this is changing the game, both substantively, how voters think about candidates, but also how are we going to do this? And I think that question remains to be answered.
And Terry, on a superficial level, we're also talking about two candidates who are north of 70. And we're talking about basically an industry where you need to press the flesh, you need to meet voters. And both Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders are two candidates who really drive off the energy of those voters when they have large events.
You know, that's a great point, as is President Trump. It's one of the reasons they're so successful. They love to get in front of a crowd. They love to get up close with people. Joe Biden gets in somebody's face today in that angry confrontation over gun rights. That's what they're in the business of connecting with people, persuading people, convincing people, listening to people. And that requires getting close to them. You're absolutely right. They are in a high-risk group. According to the CDC, they are men in their 70s. Bernie Sanders has had heart issues. Joe Biden has had circulatory issues. President Trump has his own issues. This is a very high-risk situation for people of that age group. They are out there. They're putting themselves out there. And that is something they're going to have to manage as well. I think for voters, look, this is the choice for Americans right now. Three men in their 70s and in the middle of a virus which attacks that age group and that gender pretty severely.
Terry, before I let you go, give us a taste of what's happening in Michigan. This is such an important state for Bernie Sanders. He won there 4 years ago. I know you know this state inside and out. What's the sense you've gotten there from being on the ground?
You know, first, the victory in Michigan that Bernie Sanders had in 2016 is one of the most memorable chapters of his epic run against Hillary Clinton. Nobody said he thought he could do it. He was way behind in the polls, and it was a shocker when he won. They are hoping to rebottle that lightning, if you will. It may not be the case. Look, Hillary Clinton was a particularly weak candidate, I think, in many ways for a lot of voters, and they were looking for an option. Bernie Sanders came with this campaign of ideas and ideals, and he just caught fire in a way that she never could. I don't think that's going to happen here. Well, look, we'll have to see the exit. The polling going into this showed Biden with sizable leads, but that polling was wrong in this state going into 2016. I think one thing we can say, though, no matter what happens here tonight in Michigan and throughout these states that are voting, Bernie Sanders does lead a campaign of ideas and ideals, and he leads really an army of young and passionate supporters, all of whom so many of whom are willing to give money online. All of that needs to be integrated either at the top of the ticket if he wins or into the Biden campaign for the Democrats to be successful. We'll see what happens tonight. Tom?
All right, Terry, we're going to be checking in with you all night. Lindsay?
Let's go back to the coronavirus, which has really been front and center on the campaign trail. We've just learned that there will actually be no live audience for the debate in Arizona on Sunday night. Both Biden and Sanders had campaign rallies planned for tonight in Cleveland. Those have both been canceled. For more on that, let's go now live to Eva Pilgrim, who's with the Biden campaign in Cleveland.
Yeah, Lindsay, the Biden campaign was supposed to be here in Cleveland tonight. They have since taken off and moved to Philadelphia because they canceled their event. They did that just shortly after the governor of Ohio announced that there would be no crowds for sporting events. And the Biden campaign has told us all along, they've been talking with health officials, weighing the risks, and trying to decide if it is indeed the right thing to do to continue to have these rallies. Now, Biden has been holding a mixture of events in the last few weeks. He's done some events where he has spoken just mainly to the press with some community advocates about him, around him, speaking specifically about particular topics, and then he's done these big rallies as well. And last night at one of the rallies that we went to, he had a table full of hand sanitizer, and as people were coming in, they were squirting hand sanitizer in every single person's hands. So now they were after the governor made that decision today, they made the decision as well not to hold the event tonight. He will speak in front of cameras from Philadelphia later in the night, and they are already announcing that they have canceled another event that he was supposed to have in Florida next week. Now, how will this play out for the campaign as it continues to to move forward? We don't know. We're in such uncharted territory here. They are weighing the risks for each and every single event and will announce as they go forward if those events will happen, Lindsay.
And as far as Super Mini Tuesday tonight, what's the Biden campaign's outlook for tonight?
Well, the Biden campaign's feeling pretty good about tonight. They're still riding high on that momentum from Super Tuesday. And we've spoken to a couple of people in the campaign who they are hopeful for a clean sweep tonight. And they say that will be good moving them in through the rest of March, trying to get to that magic number. We'll have to wait and see. But Biden has been very aggressive towards President Trump about coronavirus. We spoke with him just yesterday, and he told me basically that the president should stop talking and that every time he talks, he makes it worse, and really laid out his plan versus how the president is handling things, saying that he would look at the science, he would be pushing for the tests to be out there faster, and really critiquing President Trump's performance with the coronavirus outbreak. How this will all unfold going forward, we will have to wait and see, Lindsay.
All right, we will have to wait and see. Thank you very much, Eva, for that. And now we're going to go live to Rachel Scott, who is also in Cleveland. She's been with the Sanders campaign. Hi, Rachel.
Hey, Lindsay, yes, and tonight the Sanders campaign is really betting on Michigan. We talked about the importance, 125 delegates up for grabs, and the Sanders campaign has realized two things. One, that they are short on time, and another, that they are behind in delegates. And so they really believe Michigan could give them the boost that they are looking for. He won that state back in 2016. He's going to be hoping to do it again. And they told us that they were limited on time and they really had to zero in on a location where they felt like they could draw one of the most effective contrasts to Joe Biden. They thought that that was Michigan, hammering him on the issue of trade. But listen, we have seen Sanders do this before. On Super Tuesday, he really did concentrate a lot of his efforts in California. We know that that also was a delegate-rich state, but at the end of the night, although he had a strong finish in that state, he still was behind in the delegates, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott, thank you for that. We'll check back in with you later tonight.
All right, we want to keep the conversation going now when it comes to coronavirus. Rebecca Jarvis joins me now, and Dr. Jennifer Haith as well, to talk a little bit more about coronavirus. Rebecca, I want to start with you because this is going to be a pivotal moment for President Trump. And what President Trump was selling today, it felt like Wall Street was buying. Talk to me what happened with the Dow in the markets.
Well, what we've seen now for weeks, Tom, is volatility in the markets. And these days of 1,000 points up, 1,000 points down are becoming commonplace. And for many people who are watching and not following the day-to-day activity, it harkens back to 2008 for many, the Great Recession, the financial crisis. So whether or not we actually get to a place of recession, and there are some economists who are now using that word because of the potential ripple effect of the coronavirus, whether or not we get there is still a big question mark. But people, consumers, we are so important, and how we view what's taking place in the economy is so important because our spending is really what charges this economy. Now, the measures that President Trump discussed today were certainly heartening to Wall Street, but the devil is really in the details, and that stimulus, the biggest question with stimulus is going to be how direct and how quickly can it take effect, because as businesses tell employees not to come to work, as schools are shut down, as people start to question what they're going to do, that suddenly becomes a ticking time bomb for the overall economy, at least in the near term.
You know, the question becomes, if cases start spreading, and we are seeing it spread throughout the United States, how much more can President Trump promise Wall Street every single day? He came out strong. He said he was going to offer a type of bailout to the cruise ship industry. He's mentioned some tax relief as well, possibly. But I just wonder, Rebecca, what's the plan going forward if we're still here 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks from today?
Well, it's really tough because a lot of this does come down to the disease itself and the spread and the severity of the disease itself. You know, you can give people money, but if they're going to spend that money, they have to be willing to go out. Businesses have to be willing to go out, and that's going to be a key question, as will the fact that businesses that can't necessarily tell their employees to stay home, the service industry, people who work in restaurants and factories, it's a very different prospect than the companies like Google and Amazon and Microsoft and Apple, which have told their employees to stay home. They can work remotely, but not all jobs can manage that. So with the stimulus itself, there will be questions about, for example, if it's a payroll tax cut. Well, if you don't have a job that you are going to, that payroll tax cut might not work for you. But if you get some sort of direct stimulus because you're quarantined or your office is saying not to come into the office, that could be a very different form of stimulus for the economy.
Finally, just because I heard it today from several people are worried about 401ks if they're retiring soon. But also I heard from some parents today who have kids who are in college and worried about 529s as well. You do personal finance sometimes for us. What should we tell our viewers today?
Well, for one thing, Tom, what's interesting is you look at the market, about 50% of Americans actually have money in the stock market, but everyone watches it. Yeah. And it determines how their actions are. And one of the hardest things to do is to sit by and watch that 401k or the 529 dip. But it is historically the thing that has paid off. People who sold out in the financial crisis, and I followed the financial crisis and reported throughout, those who sold in the bottom of the financial crisis gave up about half of their nest egg. Those who held on, which was the hardest thing to do, within 3 years had made that money back and then some.
All right, we're going to get to Dr. Jennifer in just a second. I actually want to bring in Mary Bruce because she spoke with the president about this very topic. Mary, what did the president tell you? Because, you know, he is somebody who looks at the stock market as the scoreboard. And the problem is if you gamble with that as sort of your economic indicator, and Rebecca pointed out that's not the only economic indicator, there's a problem when the market's down.
Yeah, well, Tom, I did get a chance to ask the president directly this question today, saying how long should Americans be concerned that the economy will continue to suffer? And he told me very confidently to stay calm. It will be okay. It will go away. He's trying to clearly downplay many concerns here. Now, this, of course, happened as he was pitching lawmakers on Capitol Hill a potential recovery plan. The president putting out different proposals that he hopes will deal with and tackle what we have seen in the markets over the last several days. Now, those options we know, of course, include a payroll tax cut, other things like trying to provide more paid leave for those who affected workers, possibly increasing unemployment insurance. But it's not clear what exactly the president is going to get on board with. We know that Speaker Pelosi is working with the Treasury Secretary trying to hammer out a deal, but it's simply not clear when they will reach any kind of stimulus package and what the president, what concessions he's willing to make to get Democrats on board. Of course, this all comes as we've seen Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden slamming the president for what they say is a very confusing response coming from the Trump administration. And I have to tell you guys, there has been a lot of mixed messaging here from the administration about what steps to come next. And all you had to do today was look and see how things are playing out here around Washington. We saw at the Pentagon, reporters had a briefing. They kept the chairs far apart from each other. They didn't want reporters coming into close contact, while across town, the president was holding an event at the White House, speaking before a very packed room. The question now is whether the president, the candidate Trump, will also begin to possibly scale down, as we see his competitors doing the same.
All right, Mary, I actually want to roll that exchange because it was important, your exchange with President Trump earlier today. Let's take a listen.
Mr. President, how long should Americans be prepared for the economy to suffer?
Well, this was unexpected. This was something that came out of China, and it hit us and many other countries. You look at the numbers. I see the numbers with just by watching you folks. I see it. It's over 100 different countries, and it hit the world. And we're prepared, and we're doing a great job with it, and it will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. We want to protect our shipping industry, our cruise industry, cruise ships. We want to protect our airline industry, very important. But everybody has to be vigilant and has to be careful. But be calm. It's really working out, and a lot of good things are going to happen. The consumer is ready. The consumer is so powerful in our country with what we've done with tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of those things. The consumer has never been in a better position than they are right now. So a lot of good things are going to happen. Thank you very much.
Mary, and I just want to ask you before we let you go, you know, the president has accused Democrats of politicizing COVID-19. What's your sense from talking to your sources and talking to the Democratic lawmakers there in Capitol Hill? Are they on board with the president to sort of lock this down, to basically take over and have a plan for COVID-19 and basically get America healthy and make sure we don't get into a situation like Italy?
Sure. I mean, that is the goal. And certainly everyone agrees on that goal, especially on the Hill. Look, they want to make sure that the proper precautions are being taken, that Americans are well prepared to tackle this. But the question is, how do you do that? And especially when it comes to this question of what economic measures to take, there is a lot of disagreement in Washington over how to do that, what steps to take, and simply how quickly can Congress come together. And of course, Tom, don't need to tell you this. This is Washington. Everything gets tainted by politics.
All right, Mary Bruce, stand by for us. Great having you all night tonight. I want to go back to Rebecca real quick because you were sort of signaling me when the president said something there about the economy.
Well, and to Mary's point about the various forms of stimulus, when economists look at this economy and say we might see a recession this year, at this point in time, most believe that recession would be short-lived. They're not looking at this as a 2008-style crisis. The banks are on much firmer footing. However, the fiscal stimulus, the package that comes from the government, could very well dictate the length and extent, if there's a downturn, of that downturn. All
right, Rebecca. Dr. Jennifer Haith, you're joining us from Columbia University. Give us a sense of the state of play right now with coronavirus. As we look at the news, as we look at the headlines, we're hearing about more workplaces having employees work from home, universities shutting down classes, concerts being shut down. Here in the Democratic nomination, we're seeing campaign events being canceled. How long do you think we'll be seeing this?
I think that we are really in uncharted territory here. I think that this is a crisis that we haven't seen at this scale around the world, probably in most people's lifetime, maybe going back to the 1918 flu. I believe that what the steps that are being taken now to shut down schools, universities across the country, work from home is essential. Containment has been lost on some level. It has spread. We are now seeing this virus in every country, and what we really need to do now is really try to mitigate and diagnose, test, and then quarantine people who are sick.
I know this is not a scientific question, but is it the end of the beginning or the beginning of the end?
I mean, we're going to get through this. It's gonna be a little bit of a ride. I think that people should anticipate several months of this. It's going to be very counter to what the American people are used to. People are going to have to stay home. They're going to have to not go out into big conferences. They're going to have to stop going to big parties, museums, Broadway shows. This is not something we're used to.
And I'd like to take that question now to Tom Bossert, who formerly served as Homeland Security Advisor to President Trump. So, Tom, you said that the hospitals here in this country need to be prepared. They are 10 days away from getting creamed. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, well, Dr. Haith hit the nail on the head. The difference here is to change the messaging and deliver both messages between individual prevention and then the greater collective objectives that we're trying to achieve by shutting down large events and by trying to distance people, doing things that are highly disruptive to our economy and our communities. What I meant by that was if we don't act, and it was a little bit out of context, if we don't take those steps aggressively and just apply the math of the potential growth of this virus as we've seen it grow in Italy, then in about 10 days or 20, there's disagreement, but in my view, that's a negligible difference. We're going to see, not across the entire country uniformly, but we're going to see individual cities, and San Francisco and Seattle and New York seem to be contenders right now with increasing numbers of cases and deaths. We're going to see their hospital systems under very negative pressure where they have to start making some very difficult decisions about triage and patient care. And that's where you'll see them getting creamed. That's what I meant by that. And I think it's why we need to make sure we deliver the message that this social distancing issue and these school closures and these controversial measures, they will have an end, but there has to be some urgency to when they begin, and some clarity on the standards is required. I spent a lot of time on that today, and I think the administration took a strong pivot in that direction this evening.
And how equipped are our hospitals?
Well, it depends on where you are in the country, of course. It's an uneven hospital care system, and it'll depend on capacity. But we've got about 900,000 hospital beds in this country, and about 10% of them are ICU beds. So there's not a lot of room in there if we were to see an Italian-style exponential growth of this virus, which seems increasingly likely to see in some cities at this stage. Those bed capacities are going to be overwhelmed, and we're going to have to redirect resources to those hospitals. That's why we have to do it in a way that's urgent, with direct planning, and not through panic.
Tom Bossert with a very sobering look at the state of play right now in the United States when it comes to coronavirus. You are watching ABC News Live. It is primary night in America. We're going to have more results as we come in. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. And we are back live with primary night in America here on ABC News Live with some breaking news. ABC News can now project Joe Biden will win the Missouri Democratic primary here. This is a huge win for Joe Biden. Hillary Clinton won this state 4 years ago, but just barely. This was a state that both candidates, him and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, were competing in up until the end. And right there, Joe Biden with a big win in Missouri. We can also project tonight that Joe Biden has won in the state of Mississippi. This was an expected win. Not a huge surprise here, but nonetheless, between those states, we have more than 100 delegates tonight. Joe Biden winning in both of those states. And we're also watching Michigan, the big prize tonight. Too close to call right now. Not enough to vote in right there. But you can see these, they're only separated by about 5,000 votes right now. Of course, Bernie Sanders won here 4 years ago. This was his big upset. He's hoping for a win tonight. Polls show Joe Biden. It could be a night for him, but again, still so early tonight. And we're also getting voter data coming in from exit polls. Lindsay Davis, you wanted to talk about Mississippi tonight?
Sure. You know, I'm reminded of the South Carolina Representative James Clyburn a few weeks ago when he endorsed Joe Biden. He said, I know Joe, we know Joe, but Joe knows us. And that is certainly a message that seems to have resonated with black people across the country. I mean, if you look at Mississippi, this is his biggest win yet with black voters. This is bigger than what we saw in Alabama, Virginia, South Carolina. He has won with 86% of the black vote in Mississippi. And we're talking about 64% of Democratic voters there in Mississippi are black. And then take a look at this. This was also interesting coming out of Mississippi. When they were asked if they wanted a return to Obama policies for the next president, 61% said yes. So it makes sense then, 61% of them, 90% of that 61% then voted for Joe Biden. But again, just overwhelming support, 86% of black vote.
And it shows that black voters are staying with Joe Biden. They're happy with him. They're happy with what he's selling so far. And Joe is building a coalition of the entire South. And I know we're just getting started tonight, but in a week we have Florida, which is attached to all these other states, and we have Louisiana down the road. But this is all a very good sign for Joe Biden as we head into the future of this campaign.
Certainly a good sign. And people are thinking, many people are thinking this is going to be a third Obama term, right? And that's what they're basically signing up for and saying, yes, we want. And when you look at these states going forward, Sanders, they're not necessarily states that are either very supportive of him or very delegate rich.
All right, Lindsay, with that, we want to go over to Nate Silver from our partners at 538. Nate, so we're calling Mississippi, we're calling Missouri, we're projecting those are wins for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
What does this tell you so far?
Not very much, because these are states where you would expect Joe Biden to do well. He'll probably eventually win every single state in the South. I'm starting to watch Michigan. There are more votes coming in than you would think. Biden is up about 13 points in our count. Of course, Michigan has a lot of regional variation. But look, the thing about this is, let's say Bernie Sanders has a miraculous comeback in Michigan despite the early returns in the polls. If he wins Michigan by a point, and Biden wins Mississippi by 50 and Missouri by 20, then he's still going to wind up probably with more delegates on the evening. So this is partly about the moral victory now for Bernie with Missouri, Mississippi being called early enough where we're going to probably assume a fairly big Biden delegate gain there.
Talk to me about the path for people who've been watching the race, but they haven't been following it as closely as we have. Why does it get so hard for Bernie Sanders after Michigan if he doesn't win there?
Because the next set of states are mostly pretty bad for Bernie, right? You have Florida, where you have a lot of old people. Old people do not like Bernie Sanders very much. 200 and something delegates, and Biden's going to win a huge majority of delegates there. You have Georgia, which resembles South Carolina, the week after next, which is going to go very strongly in all probability for Joe Biden. So Bernie can't break even in states like Michigan. He has to win Michigan by 10 points or something. He has to win Washington by 15 points. Remember, in 2016, all those western states were caucuses. He won them by 30 or 40 points, gained huge numbers of delegates to keep him competitive. So if we see Washington and even Idaho be close, then that's on track with a Biden majority, not a Bernie majority.
All right, I want to bring in our ABC News analyst, former Senator Heidi Heitkamp. Your state, North Dakota, or as people know, NODAC call it. We'll be waiting for that all night.
Oh, you just wanted to pretend you knew that and say NODAC,
I just want to pretend I was part of it. We're watching Michigan. Nate made some points about Michigan. What else are you looking for tonight?
Well, I'm looking for North Dakota, because North Dakota was a state that in the past caucus, we have the same structure as what we've had since we went off a convention system. And so Bernie won huge last time. I don't know that that's going to be true. And the turnout is always something I'm going to watch, not just what's happening in Michigan in these individual states, but are the voters coming out in greater numbers than what they did even in 2008. And the Democratic primary, this contest is actually showing incredible amounts of enthusiasm, even in states like North Dakota. We had people in line, the first-time voters get a little yellow ballot, and they're basically saying, I would never have thought I would vote in a Democratic primary, but I've had it. I need change.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean we're going to carry North Dakota, but it does mean there's momentum.
And we'll be watching to see any kind of results and or data we get out of North Dakota. I do want to go back to Michigan and Matt Dowd right now, our chief political analyst. Matt, we were talking to Nate about the importance of Michigan right now, and say you were advising the Sanders campaign. If Bernie can't pull off a win there in Michigan and the path forward is very, very hard, what happens to that campaign? At some point, does someone talk to him and say, listen, we have to rally around the nominee, or do you keep fighting?
Well, as you know, I was born in Detroit and grew up in Michigan, so I know it well. The first political person I worked for was in Michigan. So I think Michigan is key, not in whether or not Biden wins, but how much longer can Bernie Sanders sustain this race. And I took a look just a minute ago for the returns in Macomb and Oakland County, which are those suburban counties surrounding Detroit, which are very important in a general election, but were counties that Bernie Sanders broke even with Hillary Clinton, which is where he made up all the ground. Right now, Biden has healthy leads in both of those two counties, which doesn't bode well as we go through the evening in Michigan. I think Bernie Sanders, as Nate said, here's the situation. If you take a look at all these states, Bernie Sanders barely lost Missouri last time. He only was down one delegate when Missouri was done. That's not going to be the case tonight. He looks like he's going to lose it in a very big way. He lost Mississippi in a very big way. The other three states are going to be very close. He blew out Hillary Clinton by 40 points in each of those three states. And so if Michigan comes down, and even Biden, if Biden ekes out a close win, the numbers are coming in now, looks more and more. If you were the Joe Biden camp, you're happy. If you're the Bernie Sanders camp, you're not. It gets very, very difficult because he thought after Super Tuesday, before all of this happened, he was going to come into this day with a huge delegate lead and then build on that lead. Right now, if he doesn't win Michigan, I don't see any place in the month of March that he can take numbers out of Joe Biden's delegate lead, and that's a major problem for the campaign.
All right, Matt, I want to actually break down Michigan. You were just talking about it, so stand by with me here because I am going to come back to you. Because as we look at this map right now, we hone in a little closer on Michigan. I want to move this up. The states have kind of moved around a little bit differently because of the shapes tonight, so bear with us here. About 50% of the vote, as Matt was talking about, is going to come from the greater Detroit area. We're talking about Ann Arbor, Flint, all this entire area, those counties, Pontiac, Michigan, all those counties that Matt was just talking about. These are counties that Hillary Clinton won 4 years ago, but she still ended up losing the state because, like Texas, Matt, it kind of reminds me a little bit like Texas. You do have those smaller counties, and if you win enough of those smaller counties, you can build a coalition off there, along with winning in areas like Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo, which Bernie did 4 years ago. And from what we're looking at right now, Matt, I just want to take a close look at Grand Rapids, see where we're at there. Sanders is on top, not by a lot, 5 percentage points. We're talking about only 3,000 votes at this point in the night. And in Kalamazoo, which he did well 4 years ago, it's actually very tight right there. This is actually really kind of incredible. They're only maybe 50 votes apart from each other. Actually, let me do my math a little bit better, about 150 votes, but it's 90% reporting in. So Biden looks like the turnout is important there. What does it take to win Michigan, though, Matt? What do you need besides organization?
Well, I mean, in the normal state of events, you have to. I mean, it's a relatively expensive state because the Detroit media market is huge and it costs a lot of money. You need organization, but fundamentally, you need to fit in with the working class of the state. The reason why Hillary lost and Bernie won is the working class of the state, the working class whites. She won the black vote in Detroit. Did not feel aligned with Hillary Clinton. That is something very different than we have now because a lot of those working class whites feel aligned with Joe Biden or as aligned with Bernie Sanders. And whoever said it earlier said that a major reason why Bernie Sanders won Michigan or barely squeaked by was less because of Bernie Sanders and more because of Hillary Clinton. And he doesn't have Hillary Clinton to run against this. And I think if you picked a few of the small counties, Bay County is a perfect example in Michigan. I think over 50 or 60% of the vote is in. But Joe Biden in those rural counties is winning those rural counties. So he's doing as well as he needs to do in the suburban areas. He's overwhelming in Wayne County, which is Detroit. and he's picking up some of the smaller rural counties in the state. So Michigan, to me, is a perfect state to help settle this race, and then it will be the perfect state for the general election because it will be everything about what this campaign is about. Midwestern state, close state, large populations of voters that Donald Trump appealed to, was exceedingly close, less than 15,000 vote margin to win the Electoral College by Donald Trump. That's why it's perfect for tonight, and it sets up perfect for what's going to happen in November.
Matt Dowd, stand by for us. I do want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein, right now to look at the whole map as we see it right here. And Rick, I want you to look at your screen, and this is the map of the United States so far. We see a lot of green. That's Joe Biden. And I want to point to this region right here where basically Joe Biden, he's not gambling. He's trying to win a nomination, but we're talking about the trend is your friend here. He's picking up more and more states in the South. We have Florida coming up in a week, along with Illinois. Let me take this off. Illinois, Ohio, right up here. He won Minnesota. Iowa was Mayor Pete State, who's now endorsed Joe Biden. When you look at this map, the Biden campaign, Rick, has to be very excited.
The South belongs to Joe Biden. You're seeing it today in Mississippi, just confirming the trend. And yes, the fact that he's able to be competitive in these big battlegrounds, Midwestern states, Missouri, a very good sign because of how close it was with Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden is going to easily wallop any margin that Hillary Clinton had from 4 years ago against the same exact candidate in Bernie Sanders. Michigan is critical for that reason, and it becomes more important as we look forward to other big battlegrounds in the Midwest. You also have a possibility of Joe Biden starting to win in the West tonight because you have those later primaries in Idaho, North Dakota, even Washington state, potentially showing that broader coalition. So that Biden coalition, Tom, that we start to see emerge on Super Tuesday a week ago appears to be holding in the early returns so far, at least as we see the trouncing in Mississippi and what it appears to be a pretty easy victory in Missouri.
All right, Rick, as we look over here at the delegate board, 658 delegates so far for Joe Biden, 562, the magic number always 1991. Rick, I'm just curious. We were talking about coronavirus earlier in the night. You speak to so many people, your sources throughout the Democratic Party. What are they saying about coronavirus? Are they afraid this is going to hurt them, help them, or is it still a big question mark?
I think there's big questions around the president's leadership. In terms of the actual on-the-ground campaigning, until a couple hours ago, it was as if politics was operating in a different universe. The campaigns were doing everything they always did. Maybe they had some more Purell. Maybe they did a few less rope line hugs and handshakes, but they were basically operating like business as usual. Today was a turning point, though. To have both of the big rallies planned by Senator Sanders and Vice President Biden, they were supposed to be in Ohio tonight, both of them off within hours of the event happening. It's going to be difficult for them to see events going forward. And I do think it underscores concerns about President Trump's leadership. And the view of the Biden camp is that they benefit from the focus on coronavirus in two different ways. One is that it showcases his time as vice president, his actual leadership, which they think is a good contrast with Senator Sanders. The other thing it might be doing is freezing the race in place. If Americans are a lot more worried about their own health and safety and about their kids and their parents and their grandparents than they are about politics, it's hard to see a message come through. Bernie Sanders needs a revolution. He talks about it all the time, and he needs that big uptick in turnout among younger voters. And it just might be a little bit harder to do that when people are worried about this big existential healthcare crisis.
We're going to go to Lindsay Davis in a moment about leadership, as Rick Klein was talking about. But I know Mary Alice, our deputy political director, your partner in crime there, Rick. Mary Alice, you want to talk about sort of the age discrepancies when we talk about Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden and voters.
Oh, I just continue to be fascinated by the generational divide in this Democratic electorate. We're looking at the state of Missouri, and 45 years old seems to be the absolute dividing line with these voters. At 45 years old and above, Joe Biden in our preliminary exit polls winning 68% of the vote. 45 years old and below, Bernie Sanders winning 71% of the vote. The number's a teeny bit closer right now in Michigan when we're looking at our exit polls, but very similar. Both these candidates have struggled to speak across generational lines. And if Joe Biden continues to rack up delegates, if he continues to march to the nomination, he's going to have to show that he, too, can really excite young voters, because Democrats really struggle in general elections when they don't have young voters with them.
All right, Mary Alice, thank you for that. Lindsay, talk to me, because I know you do have some exit poll data, some of the crosstabs we talk in the states when people talk about beating Donald Trump and leadership.
And that's what in the 4 states that we have preliminary exit poll data for, All four suggest that their priority is not that the candidate align with their own personal beliefs or views, but that the candidate can beat Donald Trump. Take a look at this. In Michigan, 57% say that that's more important, that you can beat Donald Trump, 38% that they agree with them on the issues. Mississippi, 52%. Can you beat Donald Trump? Take a look here at Missouri, 59%. Again, more than half in each of these states. And in Washington state, 69%, nearly 70% of the voters there saying that that is what is more important. Can you beat Donald Trump?
All right, fascinating data. We have so much votes coming in. We have so much data coming in. We got to take a quick break. On the other end of that break, I think we're going to have some breaking news. When it comes to Michigan, we'll have more votes there. We'll get a sense of the race. Stay with ABC News Live.
Welcome back to this ABC News election update. Here again, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
And welcome back to our mini Super Tuesday coverage. You can take a look there at the delegates. Biden with 658, Sanders with 562.
Yeah, 6 big contests tonight, Lindsay. As you know, we have results in 2 of them, and we're still watching results in a third. Let's start with the state of Missouri here. ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win the state of Missouri in the Democratic primary. You can see it was a blowout. Oh, there's only 2% of the vote. I should check myself right there. With 2% of the vote in, Joe Biden doing very well tonight. And in the state of Mississippi, ABC News can also project that Joe Biden will win the state of Mississippi. A complete blowout here. You were talking about some of the voter data we've gotten in so far. The African-American vote solidly behind Joe Biden. And then, of course, Michigan. We're also watching Michigan right now, but we can't make a projection just quite yet. But looking at the data so far that we have with 32% of the vote, you can see Joe Biden up with double digits. And with this information right now, I want to bring in Xochitl Hinojosa. She's the director of communications for the DNC. Xochitl, so far, the way you're seeing the night go, I know you have to sort of play referee. You're not going to take sides yet because you have 2 people still vying for the nomination. But talk to us about some of the trends you see that are uplifting to your party.
Well, I think the untold story of the primary is turnout, turnout, turnout. I think that when it came to Super Tuesday, when it came to Nevada, South Carolina, we're seeing it a bit tonight already as early numbers are coming in. We believe that the story is turnout enthusiasm for Democrats. After tonight, you'll have a little under 50% of the delegates allocated. After next week, which is a big week with Arizona and Florida, you'll have about 60%. And at the end of April, you'll have about 90%. And I think one big takeaway already so far, in addition to turnout, is healthcare. Healthcare remains a #1 issue in places like Michigan and Missouri, and this is the issue that Democrats will run on. And you continue to see Democrats run on this in 2017, 2018, and 2019, and that's why we won. So we believe that this will be our general election message going in regardless of who our nominee is.
So, Jill, I want to ask you about coronavirus. We know that you've already canceled the audience participation for the Arizona debate. What else is the DNC doing, and how much of a factor is this for your party in the primary process?
We're in constant communications with local health officials in Arizona, and generally we tell all of the campaigns, whether it's you're running for the presidency or down ballot, check with your local authorities, check with local officials to make sure that events are safe. We want to make sure that we are being as safe and taking all precautions. When it comes to our staff, we've alerted our staff that they should stay home if they aren't feeling well. We're taking the CDC guidance, and we expect everyone to. In a place like Washington State, luckily, they were able to vote by mail if need be, and we will continue to work with all of our state parties as they run their primary process and as we head into our convention.
So, Jill, as I have you here, I want you to react to a moment that happened on the campaign trail today with Joe Biden. It's gotten a lot of play. I want to run the clip for you. I want to get your take on the flip side of it.
You are actively trying to limit your Second Amendment right and take away the gun. Now, Governor, shush. I support the Second Amendment. Second Amendment, just like right now, if you yell fire, that's not free speech. From the very beginning, I have a shotgun, I have a 20 gauge, a 12 gauge, my son's hunt. Guess what? You're not allowed to own any weapons. I'm not taking your gun away at all. You need 100 rounds. So you were in Idaho when you said you're going to take our guns. I did not say that. That's not true. I did not say that. It's a viral.
All right, that was Joe Biden getting into an altercation, verbal altercation with a factory worker there in Detroit. Republicans honed in on this. They put it out all over social media. We may see it again. At the beginning of that, I don't know if you could hear, he used an expletive. There has been some talk about whether Joe Biden is one slip up away from hurting himself, not only right now in the primary process, but come November.
Absolutely not. I think both of our candidates are extremely strong. And frankly, I think that he's frustrated. And the reason why he's frustrated is because you have people on the right continue to spread misinformation that Democrats want to take your guns away. That is absolutely not true. Democrats want to pass things like universal background checks. And you heard in that clip specifically that he says that he supports guns for hunting and Second Amendment rights. And so I think that we have to get past the misinformation that is put out there and rely on the facts. And the facts are that we want sensible gun reforms, and we are not trying to take away any guns. So I think that he was right to be upset, but at the same time, I think that any of our candidates, either of those candidates, would be better than Donald Trump. We have a gun crisis in our country, and Donald Trump hasn't done anything about it. And you have two candidates on the Democratic side who want to act immediately. So I think the contrast is really clear between Democrats and Republicans here.
So, Chio, final question. If Joe Biden loses his cool with a factory worker in Detroit, what's going to happen in a debate with Donald Trump?
I think regardless of who our nominee is, they will win in a debate against Donald Trump, and they will do well. Donald Trump is someone who is focused on tweeting versus focused on actual coronavirus. I think we were counting, I think the last primary, he was so focused on our field and who he was gonna be up against, and not focus on the issue at hand. So time and time again, he has shown us he is not fit to be president, and either of those candidates would be fit to be president.
So, Chio Hinojosa, we thank you for your time. Thanks for joining us here on ABC News Live. We're going to take a quick break. The results coming in from Michigan. Stay with us.
Welcome back to this ABC News election update. Here again, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
And we are back here on ABC News Live, primary night in America. As we look at the delegate count right now, Joe Biden with 671 delegates, Bernie Sanders with 562. Joe Biden already projected to win 2 states tonight, but let's look at the big state of Michigan right now. Not enough data, not enough votes yet to project this race, but this is where we are right now with 44% of the expected vote reporting. We have Joe Biden with a double-digit lead over Bernie Sanders. Again, this was a state that Bernie Sanders won in an upset 4 years ago. It has the most delegates tonight. This is such a crucial state for the Sanders campaign. At this point in the night, it is not looking good for Bernie Sanders. Let's talk about those 2 other states we were talking about as well. In the state of Missouri, ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win this Democratic primary. And in the state of Mississippi, this was no surprise. Joe Biden pulling off a victory there, projected to win that state as well. I want to bring in former senator from North Dakota, which is also voting tonight, Heidi Heitkamp. Heidi, you endorsed Joe Biden.
I did.
I want to talk about Michigan again. He has a double-digit lead with more than 40% of the reported voting. What does that tell you at this point in the night?
Well, I think it tells you that Joe Biden's going to carry Michigan. By how much, we don't know. Obviously, we don't have winner-take-all primaries, and so it's going to get divided out proportionally. So we'll have to see what the delegate count is. But Michigan has symbolism beyond just tonight, because it was that state that we so desperately needed to win in 2016 in order to win the presidency. We lost there. Someone who can perform well, who again, that idea that blue-collar Joe is making a run for it, and he's got the right demographics to pick up some of those voters that we lost, I think, in 2016.
And I was just, we were having a conversation during the break about that factory worker. You don't see that as an unforced error or a vulnerability at all?
Absolutely not. I think that one of the things that escapes the public is that the reason why people in my state and a lot of those blue-collar states like Donald Trump is because he tells you the way it is. Somebody gets in his face, he gets in his face back. And I think he needed to say, I'm strong for the Second Amendment, but you don't need 100 rounds. I mean, he made his case pretty forcefully. Probably shouldn't have cussed, but hey, that's the world we're in now. I mean, if the president can say it in the Oval, this guy, Biden can certainly say it on a factory floor.
You're saying match strength with strength there.
Absolutely.
I want to bring in
attitude with attitude.
Right.
Don't forget the attitude.
Don't forget the attitude. I want to bring in Adam Green. He's a co-founder of Progressive Change. He had endorsed Elizabeth Warren in the race. Right now, Adam, I understand you haven't endorsed anybody yet, but you can't talk about the progressive wing of the party. As we look at the map, more and more states are falling into the victory column for Joe Biden. What are progressives going to do right now, and what do you think the state of the Bernie Sanders campaign is now?
Yeah, good questions. So I would want to first draw attention to the exit poll numbers that Lindsay was talking about before. She said something very significant. By about a 3-to-1 margin, voters are saying that they care more about defeating Donald Trump than their own personal ideology. And it's really interesting that in South Carolina, in many Super Tuesday states, a lot of Medicare for all voters and people that generally agree with Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders on issues voted for Joe Biden. So one thing that's very important to make clear is that this is not an ideological verdict about the future of the party. It is somewhat a verdict about pundits on TV. I mean, a lot of our members, we have nearly 1 million members who we survey all the time to keep our finger on the pulse. And it's amazing how what is happening on cable news really impacts their conventional wisdom about what is electable. You know, when Joe Biden yells at a voter, you didn't actually show the full clip there. He called that voter a name. He said to that voter, I don't represent you. That's kind of a big deal, whether the pundits do or don't focus on that. And that's why the stakes are so high going into the March 15th debate for Bernie Sanders. You know, this is what he wanted. He wanted a one-on-one matchup with someone like Joe Biden. And he will have an opportunity to both make an ideological argument, but also to put on stage 2 hours of Joe Biden going one-on-one, simulating what he'll have to do against Donald Trump, and we'll see if he drops the ball or whether he's able to triumph that night. It'll be very interesting. I would say, actually, almost all the chips are on the table in that March 15th debate right now.
Yeah, but Adam, if he loses Michigan, let's say Bernie Sanders loses Michigan, and the path to get the nomination gets incredibly difficult for him, explain to our viewers why Bernie Sanders still needs to stay in this race, in your opinion.
Yeah, look, you can't spin the math. I mean, Bernie Sanders will leave tonight with a, in a worse position than he entered tonight. And that we just have to accept that. Why should he stay in? Because the March 15th debate is happening. Honestly, it's his last shot to make a one-on-one argument against Joe Biden and to put Joe Biden out there in the spotlight for 2 hours to see how many times he messes up or doesn't mess up. Honestly, if Joe Biden just holds his own, puts in a B+ performance, he will win the nomination. But 2 hours is a long time. He's been very protected by having 7, 8, 9 people on the stage with him, getting very little time, and this will be an important moment. So again, all chips are in for the March 15th debate if you're Bernie Sanders tonight.
And we're going to go to Eva Pilgrim in just a moment. But Heidi, I just wanted to go back to you as far as Elizabeth Warren. Her support would be a game changer right now. Why is she waiting to endorse?
Well, I think first off, no one knows how much damage was done to their personal relationship. I think she approached Bernie, said, you got to get your people under control. This is getting ugly on Twitter. And they had that dust up. No one knows. I think the second point.
Hold on, Heidi, 1 second. We do have breaking news right now. ABC News can now project that Joe Biden is expected to win the Michigan Democratic primary. This is huge news tonight. Joe Biden, ABC News can project, will win the Michigan Democratic primary. With 52% of the vote in, he has a double-digit lead. This is going to change the makeup of the delegates. This was the biggest haul tonight, and Joe Biden wins a state that Bernie Sanders won in a very headline-worthy fashion 4 years ago. This is going to mean a lot for Joe Biden's momentum. It's going to mean a lot for a battleground state. Heidi Heidkamp, this is the kind of news Democrats want. Joe Biden wins here. Voters stood by him, and Michigan is a state where it's going to be a battleground come November, and it's also a state where you have urban areas, you have rural voters, you have college-age voters, you have college towns, and tonight it looks like it was Joe Biden's night.
Absolutely, and I think that the other thing that you've got is you've got more momentum. Wisconsin, think about Wisconsin, Ohio, Indiana, all of those states that look a lot like Michigan. I think that it's going to be very, very difficult for Senator Sanders to overcome the momentum that you see with a double-digit lead. I think last week we weren't even predicting that. We're saying if Joe Biden can win, looks like he's going to win Michigan with a very comfortable margin.
And let's go to Eva Pilgrim now in response to this win for Biden in Michigan, which was really a crucial win.
A critical win for Joe Biden. His campaign was telling us earlier today they were expecting to win Michigan by a double-digit lead. They have done a lot of work here. They've spent equal amounts of money to the Bernie Sanders campaign here, and they've made lots of visits here in the days leading up to this. The thing, you guys were talking about that video where he talked to the auto worker. His supporters, when you talk to them about Joe Biden and his interactions that sometimes us members of the media will deem to be imperfect, they look at that and they say, of course, that's Joe Biden. They know exactly who he is. They recognize that he is not a perfect man, and they don't expect him to be a perfect man. They actually see that as something favorable. They want him to be forceful and direct because they know that this is a person who will eventually have to take on President Trump. And in order to do that, he is going to have to be somewhat aggressive. You guys have talked about voter turnout. His campaign, part of his stump speech at every event since South Carolina has been about the voter turnout and how that voter turnout has been high in his favor, that people are coming out to support Joe Biden. And when we talk to people at events in the last week, 2 weeks, a lot of people tell us the reason that they have been swayed by Joe Biden is because they feel safe and secure with him. They know who he is. They know what to expect. They know what they're getting. There is no question about who Joe Biden is and what he will do when he becomes president, guys.
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you for that. And I just want to make a quick point about the preliminary exit poll that we have coming out of Michigan. 64% of the voters there over 45 years old, which also does skew largely in favor of Joe Biden.
Yeah, and it looks like, at least for now, coronavirus didn't keep those voters at home.
Right.
But all that data is still coming in. I want to go over to Nate Silver now from our partners at 538. Nate, as soon as we reported that news, I saw you just going to town on your keyboard there. I imagine in my mind you were just crunching some numbers there. What happens to the Bernie Sanders campaign at this point? What can you say?
I mean, that's partly up to Senator Sanders and what they want to do. There are 4 states that total almost 600 delegates voting next week. There is a debate on Sunday. Clearly, he is not getting the results that would put him on track or really that close to the track for him to win the nomination. He would have to win Michigan by some margin that you would think. So it's a matter of, can you have as big a shift as you had with this record shift toward Biden the past 2 weeks? I mean, even then, by the time we get to next week, we'll have had 60% of delegates already voted so far. So it's getting to be very, very late in the day for the senator from Vermont.
All right, Nate Silver for us. I do want to bring in our political team, Rick Klein and Mary Alice Parks from Washington. Rick Klein, I want to go to you first tonight. We just projected Michigan. That's going to go to Joe Biden, a huge momentum win for him. What does this mean for the state of the race, in your opinion?
Well, I was texting with a Sanders aide earlier tonight and said it really is all about Michigan. They were anticipating a rough night, but they were hoping against hope that they would pull it off in Michigan. They thought that the ground game, the organization, the spending advantage that he had there would be worth a couple of points and put him over the edge. That appears not to be the case tonight, and that same aide is now recognizing that reality. There's going to be some regrouping in circles around the Sanders campaign. They are pointing to that debate coming this weekend and, of course, the contest next week. But the map doesn't get easier from here. This was an absolute must-win state for Bernie Sanders, symbolically important, substantively important, the biggest one on the map today, a big November battleground. And to see that Joe Biden come in and start to eat away at the Sanders voters, white working class voters included, is a devastating blow to Bernie Sanders' campaign.
Mary Alice Parks, you've covered the Sanders campaign inside and out. You were there 4 years ago when he won this state in Michigan. Your take tonight with Sanders losing Michigan?
Yeah, Michigan 4 years ago surprised the senator. We were flying from Michigan to Florida. We landed to the news that he had won in Michigan, and the team scrambled to find a podium for him to address the reporters. They were thrilled. They basically drank around the campfire all night, celebrating Michigan as the state that gave their campaign more life and more time 4 years ago. And no doubt they were hoping for the exact same story out of tonight. You know, there were really two divides in the Democratic Party that they were hoping were going to play in their favor. The age divide that I was talking about earlier, and that divide still is overwhelmingly playing in their favor. But the other divide, frankly, was more of a class divide, a working class vote, a blue-collar vote. And as we've been talking about all night, that was really the vote that propelled him to victory 4 years ago in Michigan, but where Joe Biden is really his most natural competitor in that space, a real rival that is winning that vote this time.
Mary Alice, stand by for us. I do want to bring in Adam Green again from Progressive Change Campaign Committee. Adam, I got a question for you. So walk me through the strategy now. You said you want to see that debate next week in Arizona. It's going to be one of the states that votes next Tuesday because you want to see the matchup, and that's what Bernie wants as well. Bernie Sanders versus Joe Biden. If Joe Biden is the eventual nominee, what is the benefit of possibly gutting him in a debate?
Yeah, there's no benefit in gutting him in a debate. There is a benefit in having whoever the Democratic nominee is stand the test of time, actually run a competent campaign, deal with the rigors of a debate in a campaign for more than a couple days. It's been 1 week since Super Tuesday. So, look, we are not a Bernie Sanders endorsing group, but we are someone that passionately wants to beat Trump. In order to beat Trump, we need someone who can go on a debate stage, not lose their cool, not embarrass themselves, and survive afterwards. So that's honestly it. I think Joe Biden would leave a stronger candidate against Trump if he does well in the debate against Bernie Sanders.
It's a good point. Elizabeth Warren, you endorsed her. What do you think her next move is in this race?
Elizabeth Warren had a very long year, and she deserves her time to figure out her next steps. But what we already saw today is that she is taking a leadership role on this coronavirus situation. I mean, she is calling out the corruption of the Trump administration, not allowing people to get tested, apparently now giving tax breaks to the fossil fuel industry for some reason. She's demanding that there be accountability as people get hurt because Trump wants to keep the numbers low on how many people get tested and are diagnosed.
All right.
So I think that on issues like that, we will see, and the economic downturn, we will see a huge leadership role for Elizabeth Warren, and she will take the fight to Trump.
All right, Adam, thank you. I do want to get Matt Dowd in on this breaking news. Matt, we have less than 2 minutes before we have to take a network break. Give me your sense. Is this sort of another political earthquake in this campaign for president on the Democratic side?
I don't think it's an earthquake. I think it's an aftershock from the earthquake from South Carolina. And the earthquake happened, and then now we've seen the ripple effects and aftershocks since that point in time. I think that there's been a perfect storm that's benefited Joe Biden, and I think Bernie Sanders, after tonight, has to really ask himself some serious questions. I'm not convinced that debate will happen on Sunday. I'm not convinced it will happen, but if it does happen, Bernie Sanders has to ask himself, I'll go to that debate. Do I go to that debate and try to rip into Joe Biden, which a lot of Democrats at this point in time are going to be very upset about, because they're going to think after tonight he's going to be the nominee? Or do I go into that debate, even if I do the debate, and just present this sort of progressive argument and not attack Joe Biden? So I think this thing, as it's moved across, you couldn't have a better time. And I think what we saw, Tom, is that the combination of coronavirus with South Carolina and with the melting stock market caused voters to say, what leader do we want in a crisis? And the leader they decided to choose in a crisis was somebody they viewed as calm and steady and experienced. All of that benefited as this wave was moving. All of that moment benefited Joe Biden.
All right, Matt Dowd on his perspective with the breaking news we've been following. ABC News projecting Michigan. We are going to take a small pause right now to report on the breaking news on our network for all of our viewers around the world. Stay with us right here on ABC News Live.
This is an ABC News election update. Here now, Tom Yamas.
And good evening. We are coming on right now with breaking news in the race for the White House. ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win the state of Michigan, the night's most critical contest. 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders upset Hillary Clinton here, extending his campaign. Not this time. Biden will win most of the state's 125 delegates. Voters went to the polls in 6 states tonight. Earlier, ABC News projected that Biden will win the state of Mississippi, 36 delegates at stake there, and Biden will also pick up the lion's share. And a big win also in the state of Missouri, where 68 delegates are at stake. Polls still open in Idaho and Washington state, but no matter how those turn out, the 3 wins Biden has so far tonight give him a virtual insurmountable delegate lead, putting him squarely on the path to the Democratic nomination. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live. On the network, we return now to our regular programs. 3 more wins for Joe Biden tonight, more later on Nightline, and tomorrow on GMA. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Have a good night.
Welcome back to this ABC News election update. Here again, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
It is primary night in America and a big night of politics. Here's the delegate count tonight. Joe Biden with 689 delegates at this point in the race. Bernie Sanders with 576. And just moments ago, ABC News projecting the state of Michigan, huge news for the Biden campaign, will go to Joe Biden. We can project that he will win the state of Michigan right there. With 55% of the expected vote in, it looks like he has a double-digit lead over Bernie Sanders. Of course, Bernie Sanders won this state 4 years ago. This is a pivotal point in the nomination for president on the Democratic side. I want to bring in my colleague Lindsay Davis right now. And Lindsay, you're looking at some of the exit poll information we've gotten out of Michigan.
Yes, and just want to remind viewers at home that these exit polls are preliminary and they do not include 40% of the voters in Michigan who either voted early or absentee. But what we can tell you, priority for the Democratic nominee, 57% of voters in Michigan said that they needed a candidate who could beat Donald Trump. 57% compared to 38% of them agreeing on their same issue. And then if you look at the female voters in Michigan, 57% of the women voted for Joe Biden. 53% of the voters in Michigan are women. 39% of the women voted for Bernie Sanders. If you look at white voters, 72% of the voters in Michigan are white. 51% of them voted for Joe Biden, 45% for Bernie Sanders. So really close there among the white voters. But again, a big distinction when you look at the black vote, as has been consistent for Joe Biden in many of these states. The black vote makes up 18% of the voters in Michigan. 66% voted for Joe Biden compared to 29% of the black voters in Michigan for Bernie Sanders. And lastly, age. Again, these are things that are not really surprises. We know that the black vote goes for Joe Biden. We know that the younger voters go for Sanders and the older voters go for Joe Biden. Here you have it. Those who are 55 and older, that made up 64% of the voters in Michigan, and 66% of those voters voted for Joe Biden. I want to now bring in Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence to get your reaction from this vote. You actually endorsed Biden. We'll say that ahead of time. But your reaction to this really critical win in Michigan for Biden.
Obviously, I'm very excited about my candidate, Joe Biden, winning this election. But I was on the ground going to rallies, going to churches, talking to the people, and I can tell you overwhelmingly, people connect with Joe Biden. And Bernie Sanders has a message that does resonate with young people. But when you talk about overall and a comprehensive appeal to the voters, it was clearly Joe Biden. And another thing that was really important, you had to be there, because I went to polling centers on Monday before Election Day. And the lines were out the door were people who had spoiled their ballots because before they had more options and were coming back in to vote because they are so committed to this election. They want to see a candidate that they're supporting, putting all of their energy behind that can beat Donald Trump.
And what do you say looking forward to 2020, what this means for Michigan? Do you think that there's a chance that this could be a blue state again?
We're counting on it. For our governor and all of our statewide electeds, we are all Democratic now. We are counting the fact that Michigan went for a Republican was not something that we were expecting. We were shocked that it went red. We are counting on taking our state back. It will be blue.
All right. Thank you, Congressman. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you.
All right, we also want to review some of the other big states that Joe Biden is projected to win tonight. Of course, we start with Mississippi, a complete blowout there. And we're analyzing all the data because we want to see if Bernie Sanders stays at that 15% threshold. Remember, you need 15% if you want to get some of those statewide delegates. But a huge win there, 80% of the vote so far for Joe Biden. And then we look at the state of Missouri. Remember, 4 years ago, this was a race that Hillary Clinton won by only 2 percentage points. And look at this right here, 57% there in Missouri for Joe Biden. I want to go to Mary Bruce. She's been covering the campaign for us, all the campaigns, really. And Mary, this is a pivotal point in the race, no doubt. The Biden campaign has to love what they're seeing tonight. 3 more states to go so far, but with that big win in Michigan, this means a lot.
Tom, Joe Biden now has a virtually insurmountable delegate lead. That is huge news for the Biden campaign. And just to put that into perspective, it's something that seemed almost impossible just 2 weeks ago. Remember, Joe Biden was facing a very uncertain future. And then, of course, everything changed with the South Carolina primary, fueled in, especially by his support among African-American voters. We then saw that wave of key endorsements, the Democratic establishment very much rallying behind Joe Biden. He then, of course, won 10 of the 14 states up for grabs on Super Tuesday. And now this tonight. It is a remarkable turnaround in a very short amount of time. And the question then, of course, becomes what comes next. And it's surprising that even tonight, even before actually the win in Michigan, we were seeing some of Biden's top supporters like Congressman Jim Clyburn, who, of course, helped to deliver Joe Biden that huge win in South Carolina, suggesting that if Biden were to win Michigan, as he has now tonight, that, well, then it would be time to, as Clyburn put it, shut this primary down. He's suggesting that if Biden won Michigan as he has now, that essentially that's the ball game. And I think you're going to see a lot of Biden supporters coming out and making the same argument that it is time to look ahead to a matchup between Joe Biden and President Trump. Tom.
All right, Mary, thank you for that. I want to go to Terry Moran right now. He is in the state of Michigan. And Terry, I'm going to talk to you. We have the map of Michigan just behind me, and I can break down some of the voter data for you. I know you know the state pretty well. Joe Biden did well not only in the cities like Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit, where about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. Bernie Sanders winning in Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, where the university is. That's expected. He won there 4 years ago. But, you know, Terry, what's interesting is that Joe Biden also won in some of these lower populated counties, some of the rural counties that Hillary Clinton didn't win 4 years ago. Terry, you there? Okay. All right, we're going to go back to Terry Moran. It looks like we don't have him right now, but Lindsay, I'm going to give it over to you right now. But when we look at the state right here, we're seeing a lot more green. That's Joe Biden than we saw 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders winning where he won 4 years ago, but not enough of those rural counties, those low-populated counties. And again, in Detroit, the suburbs around Detroit, those important counties, in Flint, Michigan as well. Joe Biden pulling off a very big win in Michigan.
All right, thanks, Tom. I think we're going to bring in Eva Pilgrim. We just heard Mary Bruce quoting Clyburn, Representative Clyburn, saying it's time to shut this primary down at this point. If Biden won Michigan, he has now won Michigan. And so is that the sentiment that you think is already going to be coming out of the Biden campaign?
Well, I think they were predicting, hoping tonight that they would have a clean sweep, is the exact quote that I was told by a couple of the campaign staffers today. They are hoping that he would win by double digits in Michigan and then take all of the other states. You know, this campaign has changed so dramatically since South Carolina. You mentioned Jim Clyburn. After New Hampshire, when they did the great escape down to South Carolina on New Hampshire primary night, we started to see a different version of this campaign and a different version of Joe Biden. He started giving shorter speeches. The rallies were more energized, a much more diverse population of people who were there, young, old, black, white, and you could feel the energy as it was starting to build. Post South Carolina, that energy just exploded. You remember that rally they had in Dallas, Texas, where Amy Klobuchar came on the stage, Beto O'Rourke came on the stage, Pete Buttigieg was in Dallas campaigning for him just moments before they had that rally. That really showed the Democrats coalescing around Joe Biden, this moderate candidate, and pushing him forward. And I think at this point, his campaign feels the momentum is unstoppable. They've termed this phrase Joe-mentum, and you're seeing that Joe-mentum as it goes forward. And they are hoping that after tonight that he will be the clear person. That seems to be the case that we are seeing as more people get on the train for Joe Biden as we go forward. And the question for Bernie Sanders tonight is what he will do next.
All right, yes, Joe Biden 2.0. I think that is what we were saying. Eva Pilgrim, thank you. And now let's go to Rachel Scott to answer that question as far as what Senator Sanders will do next. What's the response from the Sanders team hearing that they lost what I think that they'd likely consider do or die in Michigan?
Yeah, this is certainly going to be a gut punch to the Sanders campaign. This one is going to sting a little bit. He actually canceled events in other key states to focus in on Michigan. They were really going all in on this state. They knew that it could give them the boost that they were needed, and they're coming up short despite having won there in 2016. And what I'm fascinated by is this was a test of whether or not Sanders could expand his base. We saw him do well with young voters. He had that massive rally at the University of Michigan. I was there, about 10,000 people turning out, mostly students there. But when it comes to older voters, when it comes to black voters, Senator Sanders is still struggling, and specifically among black voters. He's not making any more headway than he made back in 2016, not making any more inroads. He had that endorsement from Reverend Jesse Jackson. The civil rights leader was out with him this past weekend, but it did little to really chip away at the overwhelming support that Joe Biden has carried among the bedrock of the Democratic Party, which is black voters. And I'm also just struck by what voters tell me as I travel the country. I covered both Biden and Sanders this past weekend, and a few things that I hear from young black voters, they are interested in hearing what Sanders has to say. They say that his message really resonates with them, and he really speaks to some of the issues that they're concerned about. But among older voters, especially older black voters, they express concern about whether or not he can get it done. And also they say this is a high stakes election, and especially when you have a place like Michigan where Trump won by roughly 10,000 votes, it's going to matter on the issue of electability. Lastly, I just want to say that the window is getting smaller and smaller for Senator Bernie Sanders. As we look ahead to the next round of contests on Tuesday, right? Those 4 states that are up next, Senator Sanders lost every single one of them back in 2016. Certainly going to be a challenge for him, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott, thanks for that. I'd like to bring in Mary Alice, who has covered the Sanders campaign really for years. And we're talking with Heidi Heitkamp here about the idea that Bernie Sanders doesn't really consider himself just to be a candidate. He considers that he is leading a revolution. And if you're doing that, you don't just quit at this point because you don't win Michigan. What do you think is next for him?
I think you're exactly right, and he's going to like some of the numbers that he sees in these exit polls, especially when you break down by the issues. I mean, look at these numbers out of Mississippi, one of the most conservative states that has voted so far in this primary, where Joe Biden will likely win by a large margin. Even in Mississippi, 62% of Democratic voters in our preliminary exit polls saying they support Bernie Sanders' signature plan of Medicare for all. In Missouri, a similar story, 59%. In Michigan, 57%. Though we know our exit polls in Michigan really only account for a certain part of the vote. But we're looking at Bernie Sanders doing very well on some of these questions of the issues. So he's going to look at that and say, look, I'm winning a part of the argument here, though he's clearly not winning the electability argument. Look, I imagine he's going to go home and really take counsel from a lot of different parts of his family and inner circle. Different parts of the party are going to urge him to act differently. I'm sure there's going to be several members of the Democratic Party that urge him to bow out now, maybe even bow out before the debate. But we've also heard from a lot of progressives, even tonight, say that he should go forward with the debate because they're very worried about Joe Biden in a general election. A lot of these progressive groups have told me they're very worried about the kind of attacks that they've seen so far from the White House against Joe Biden, the president being basically just ruthless online, mocking Joe Biden. And they think that head-to-head on a debate stage, Bernie Sanders would do better. So he's also going to be getting pressure from progressive groups to stay in.
All right, Mary Alice, thanks. We're going to go to Tom in just a moment. But first, Heidi, no chance that he bows out before the debate on Sunday.
I absolutely don't think so. I want to make a point. What is President Trump looking at in these numbers? He's looking at turnout among white, blue-collar men, and he's looking at rural turnout. And I think when you look at these numbers in Michigan, there's a warning to President Trump because Joe Biden is going to outperform Hillary Clinton in both of those groups.
Okay, thanks, Heidi. Tom?
Yeah, I'm looking at Michigan over here, Lindsay, and it's just actually what Heidi said is really interesting because you look at the counties where Bernie Sanders won, like where Grand Rapids is, Kent County. 4 years ago, Sanders won this by 60%. He's at 50% tonight, 27% still reporting in. But we go to Kalamazoo, also another county that he won, a city that he won, I should say, the county as well. 48% Sanders. 4 years ago, he won this with 60%. And for our voters at home, our voters and our viewers at home, remember this area right here, this part of Michigan, Detroit, Detroit, Flint, the suburbs around Detroit. That's about 50% of the vote. And Joe Biden wins here. He wins the suburbs. He wins the urban areas. But he's also winning these other counties that Bernie Sanders won 4 years ago. So voters rejecting Sanders tonight in some cases and going with Joe Biden. I want to bring in Terry Moran right now. And Terry, I know you're at a Bernie Sanders watch party there in Detroit, Michigan. Talk to me about the feeling here and what are voters there saying about moving forward?
You know, that's a great question. It is clear they can read the results. They can read the writing on the wall. The Democratic Party is consolidating around Joe Biden. But I must say, the mood here is celebratory in a way, valedictory maybe. It's a sense of what people here and around the country have accomplished with Bernie Sanders' campaign. They changed the debate in the Democratic Party and in the country at large. And I think one of the things you've seen in those counties that you just said, Bernie Sanders won those out counties back in 2016, those more rural counties, as white, working class, older voters deserted Hillary Clinton en masse in the general election as well. Bernie Sanders was their standard bearer. They're coming home in a way to Joe Biden. And I'm thinking of what Lindsay talked about. Jim Clyburn, the South Carolina congressman, said about Joe Biden in South Carolina. He knows us. That's been Biden's calling card for 40 years in American politics. Middle-class Joe. He's a regular Joe is his pitch, and it's been accepted by voters. I think that's what you're seeing here tonight. I think what Sanders voters and supporters want is those ideals that they fought for, that they won here in 2016, that they continue to believe in. They want those right at the heart of whoever runs as the Democratic nominee, right at the heart of the Democratic Party, and they want Sanders to stay, and he can certainly raise money to continue to advance those ideals.
All right, Terry, I got to tell you, it's surprising that place is as lively as it is for a campaign that lost tonight. But people are in good spirits. Maybe it's because Terry Moran is there on live television. You do have that effect sometimes on people. No. All right, Terry, thanks so much. I do want to bring in Mary Bruce because, Mary, we still have 3 states to go tonight, but we are at a pivotal point, as I mentioned, now that Joe Biden is projected to win Michigan because we have a very important debate next week. We also have important states coming up like Florida, Arizona, Ohio. As we look at the delegate board here, Mary, Joe Biden with the clear lead. He's at 702. Bernie Sanders at 585. People like Nate Silver explaining to us why it gets harder and harder for Bernie Sanders to try to get this nomination. Almost impossible. Is the Biden team going to be very worried about that debate next week?
Well, given the way that these wins are being racked up for Joe Biden, I think they'll probably be less and less worried about that debate because they feel that the math is simply on their side, that the former vice president does have this increasingly insurmountable lead. And as Terry was mentioning, they're part of what has really fueled this pretty remarkable comeback for Joe Biden is the fact that we saw the Democratic establishment rallying behind Joe Biden, and we're already continuing to see that tonight. You know, one of the largest Democratic super PACs has come out tonight and said that the math is clear, that they believe that Joe Biden will be the Democratic nominee. So you're seeing the Biden team continuing to cast this sense of inevitability around the former vice president. Bernie Sanders, I don't think is going to drop out or make any moves before that debate. There are still some questions about whether that debate is going to go on. We know that if it does, it won't be before a live audience. And of course, what does this campaign, what does the campaign trail really look like going forward? Because of course, as we saw tonight, both campaigns are already scaling back because of concerns about coronavirus. Both candidates canceled planned events tonight. And in fact, you mentioned Florida. We now know that Joe Biden is canceling a planned event later this week in Florida, opting instead to be in Delaware to deliver a speech on coronavirus, a clear sign that he is looking ahead to a matchup with Donald Trump. I suspect he will take that opportunity to try and project how he would be handling this crisis differently. Tom.
Yeah, Mary Bruce reminding us of the March surprise coronavirus, of course. All right, Mary, thank you so much. But for a small time tonight, Joe Biden has wrestled the headlines back from coronavirus with his projected win in Michigan. I want to go back to my colleague, Lindsay Davis, for more now on the state of the race.
And also making headlines, Andrew Yang, who is now the 11th former rival to endorse Joe Biden. We heard from Senators Cory Booker and Kamala Harris earlier this week endorsing Joe Biden. Now, Andrew Yang also adding his name to those endorsing the former vice president. Our coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
We are looking live right now at a Joe Biden event. We are expecting the former vice president to speak shortly in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It is turning out to be a very big night for him. You are watching ABC News Live. It is primary night in America. And as I mentioned earlier, Joe Biden with a significant win in several states. We start in Michigan, the most delegates tonight. ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win the Michigan Democratic primary there. This is stunning news for the Biden campaign.
In one place, the vital information, the straightforward facts, what you need to know, helping you protect yourself and your family. ABC News.
Biden winning there to another decisive victory for Joe Biden. This is a state that Hillary Clinton only won by 2 percentage points against Sanders 4 years ago. And then in the state of Mississippi, a complete blowout right here. Bernie Sanders teetering on that 15%. There is a possibility he may not even win statewide delegates if he goes under 15%. So another huge win for Joe Biden. My colleague Lindsay Davis here. And Lindsay, you were telling us about the African-American vote in Mississippi and how they all stood by Joe Biden.
86% of the black vote went to Joe Biden, and that's the most that we've seen. We initially were talking about South Carolina being a significant blowout when he just was over about 60%. Then I think Alabama was next when it went to 72%. And so this is something that we haven't seen yet.
All right, Lindsay, thank you for that as well. And Zareen Shah is joining us now here at the desk. And Zareen, we had a big endorsement tonight, Andrew Yang. And I say big endorsement because Andrew Yang did build a movement. It didn't help him really so much in this nomination, but he has now become a player. People know his name, and tonight he's endorsed Joe Biden.
He has, which is actually a surprise. On the campaign trail, he talked about Bernie Sanders so much. He talked about liking Bernie Sanders. He talked about voting for him the last election, and about how they shared voters, but not so much about Joe Biden. The only time I remember him even talking about Joe Biden is when Biden talked about training coal miners how to code. And of course, Yang picked up on that and said you couldn't do that. So it does kind of come as a surprise. But apparently in recent days, he's been openly saying he would take a VP slot if Joe Biden offered him one. So he's been on the record saying that.
It's an interesting move because there was a point in this campaign where he said his voters would go to Bernie Sanders. Andrew Yang said that, but now he's coming out with the establishment folks and he's supporting Joe Biden. Were you surprised?
I was surprised. Yeah, he said that he thought his voters would naturally go to Bernie Sanders. He never, of course, endorsed Bernie Sanders or gave any indication that he would. He just said he thought his voters would naturally go in that direction.
All right, Zareen, thank you for that.
All right, let's go back to Terry Moran, who remains with the Sanders campaign. Terry.
Sanders. That's right. So here, this is a pretty good turnout for a watch party, which is essentially what it is here in Detroit. And there's undoubtedly a sense of disappointment. You can hear it. Some people talking about the corruption of the Democratic Party, what they see as the establishment getting behind Joe Biden. But most people having a sense, he's run the race. He's run the good race, Bernie Sanders has, and changed the way Democrats think about health care and other issues as well. The question is, will they vote? Will they fight for a Joe Biden candidacy? Many are very worried. You talk to people, they're worried about what they fear is Trump will slice Joe Biden up in debate because they sense a feebleness, frankly, in Joe Biden, as do a lot of voters, as does the Trump campaign. We'll see if that comes about. But I think one of the things that's striking here is what Bernie Sanders brought into the party. You can see a lot of young people here, is a sense of enthusiasm about politics, that it can matter, that it can change things. Biden's got to keep that with the party in order to drive the vote. It's not just going to be the older white rural voters that win the election for him. It's got to be young people, minorities, people who are connecting to Bernie Sanders' message that you can still feel here, even on a bad night for Bernie Sanders. It's a good night for them because of what they've accomplished.
But is the sentiment in the room that they would like for Bernie Sanders to fight and stay in the race all the way up to the convention?
Well, I have talked to one person who said that they want to see Sanders go on because of those principles and policies that he espouses, but also they aren't sure that Biden is going to make it to the finish line. And, you know, that's a heck of a thing to say. It looks like the Democratic Party has decided that Biden is the guy that voters have, and certainly the party establishment has. That is one thing that's guaranteed to get the backs of Sanders voters up. They don't like the Democratic Party establishment. In some ways, this campaign was designed to change it. But I do think you'll hear people want Bernie Sanders to go on because they believe in what he said. And they believe in what they have communicated to the country, the changes in health care and the budget priorities and the arrangement of the American economy, all of those things that Sanders has stood for. They don't want to see that go by the wayside.
All right, Terry Moran, thank you so much with the Sanders campaign.
All right, I want to bring in our chief political analyst, Matt Dowd, for a big picture look right now at the state of the race. And Matt, I want you to follow me here. Joe Biden has his Lazarus moment in South Carolina. I could argue his Michigan moment was his Rocky moment. He has the knockout. The comeback is real. You can't say the comeback is not real at this point. My question to you is, he has a lot of energy right now. The Democrats are getting excited about him. Does this carry over to November? Because what it looks like, you could take a look at this race and say the Democrats wanted somebody who could take on Trump and who could beat Trump. But is that enough to drive him to the polls come November?
Well, it's funny that you used the Rocky moment because Joe Biden's headed back to Pennsylvania, and so he may be standing on the stairs with his arms up, celebrating what just happened in Michigan tonight. I mean, one thing I want to say before I get to that is this idea of establishment. There is no Democratic establishment. This idea that there's a bunch of people that orchestrated something. What happened in this race was the voters moved. Then this establishment followed. Amy Klobuchar and Pete Buttigieg and all the folks saw what the voters were doing, and they followed where the voters were going. And the voters continue to lead where they want to go in this race, which is all about electability and who can beat Donald Trump and who can be leader in a crisis. And the voters have decided in almost all of these states that that's Joe Biden. To me, this race is fundamentally, Joe Biden has to make this race, if he's the nominee, has to make this race about Donald Trump. If he can make this race about Donald Trump as the incumbent president, then I think the turnout will be fine. The turnout was unbelievable, set records in 2018 because it was an anti-Donald Trump turnout. And a bunch of candidates who most of us didn't think had a chance of winning, won, spent no money, weren't in the districts that much, but won because of this wave of anti-Trump vote. I think that's what Joe Biden has to do. Donald Trump wants to make this a race about Joe Biden. So I think if this comes down to Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, that's what's going to dynamics going to be. Who can make the race about the other person? The other thing I'll say is I think Joe Biden and his campaign have to be very careful tonight, because I think they do not want to send a message of it's time for Bernie to get out of the race. I don't think they should be saying anything negative. I think they should be talking complimentary about Bernie Sanders. And I think behind the scenes, there are Democratic members of Congress who supported Bernie Sanders but want to make sure Donald Trump is beat. Those are the people that can go to Bernie Sanders and say, Bernie, either you need to get out of the race, or Bernie, at this next debate, talk big picture, talk big ideology, talk about your big progressive agenda, but don't attack Bernie Sanders, don't attack Joe Biden. The other wild card in this race, which hasn't been heard from, is Barack Obama. And Barack Obama is going to have to make a decision soon about, is it his time to come in and say, let's bring the party together. And the other person I'll mention is I would not be surprised after tonight if Elizabeth Warren endorses Joe Biden.
Yeah, it is sort of surprising. The former president, Barack Obama, knows Joe Biden so well. He worked with him for 8 years. You almost have to ask, what is he waiting for? I do want to ask you, Matt, a lot of people today and here at the desk, we've been talking about this. People were talking about this on social media. Joe Biden had a moment today there in a factory, speaking to a factory worker in Michigan. And campaigns, I don't know if this is still true, Matt, but campaigns used to be about moments. What was your read on that moment with Joe Biden? He got into a verbal altercation, with that factory worker. He used some profane language. One side of the desk said, hey, it was good for him. He showed strength. The other side said maybe he went too far. What's your take on that moment today?
When I saw that moment, I thought this is going to be a net plus for Joe Biden. I've been through so many campaigns with so many candidates that have had moments like that, and everybody thinks, oh, my gosh, what just happened? In this environment, at this time, for Joe Biden, that's going to be a net plus in this. One of the things that we learned through the Donald Trump election is voters are sick of the typical political speak, the typical way where you phrase everything perfectly and say it just right and speak in paragraphs and do all of that, the way that we've gotten used to these sort of manufactured candidates that have everything put down perfectly well. Voters want somebody that they can trust and is genuine and has a believability. And that moment, to me, taking on this on an issue that's important to most Americans, which is guns, or majority of the country supports where Joe Biden is on this issue, was a moment that I thought will be captured. The Democratic Party will love it, and independent voters who question whether Joe Biden has the strength to take on Donald Trump are going to see that in him. So I think net plus.
And I'm curious, Matt, you and Tom both just kind of talked about it in a rhetorical way, but when is the time, in your estimation, for when Barack Obama should come out and make his endorsement?
Well, you know, Lindsay, I've always thought, and people talked about this last week, I thought that was way too early. I think Barack Obama is one of the only people that can bring the party together after this. He's beloved by everybody. He has a coalition of moderates and liberals and conservatives that still love him in the Democratic Party. And I think now, after tonight, we'll see what happens in the 3 states, North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington. But going forward, I think he's got to be contemplating when is his move in this. If Joe Biden begin, as Andrew Yang said tonight, the math is there. I always go with the math, and the math says this. That's why I'm endorsing Joe Biden. I think before now it would have been too early because he had to preserve his ability to help unite the party and not make the Bernie folks more angry. And so I think right now, I bet there's a conversation going on between Joe Biden and Barack Obama about when's the right moment for this. Before now it was too early, but at some point it's coming.
All right, as we go deeper into the night, we just went really deep with Matt Dowd. We appreciate your analysis always, Matt. Thank you so much for that. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have the best minds in politics right here on ABC News Live. Stay with us.
Welcome back to this ABC News election update. Here again, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
And welcome back, everyone, to our mini Super Tuesday coverage. Donald Trump also on the ballot tonight, and ABC News is projecting wins for Donald Trump in Michigan, Missouri, and also Mississippi.
And a big night for former Vice President Joe Biden on the Democratic side. Of course, a big win in Michigan. ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win the state of Michigan, the biggest delegate haul tonight. You can see right there Joe Biden with a double-digit lead over Bernie Sanders with 61% of the expected vote in. This was a state that Bernie Sanders, I should say, won 4 years ago in a huge upset victory. And this is just an incredible night for Joe Biden when it comes to the state of Michigan. Joe Biden also winning big in the state of Missouri tonight as well. Again, 4 years ago, this was a much closer race between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, but Joe Biden with 33% of the expected vote in, with a nearly 30% jump there in the percentage of vote. Joe Biden having a good night there. And then as we move a little further south in the state of Mississippi, a huge, huge win for Joe Biden with 33% of the vote in. He has 81% of that vote, and Bernie Sanders teetering on the 15%. He needs that 15% to get some statewide delegates. And speaking of delegates, this is where we stand tonight as Joe Biden is breaking away here. 700 delegates for Joe Biden, 586 for Bernie Sanders. I want to bring in our political director, Rick Klein. Rick, I do believe this is a pivotal moment in the race for president when it comes to Democrats. Joe Biden with a huge win in Michigan, also winning in Mississippi and Missouri, as we said, but the map is getting better and better for him.
Joe Biden can make an argument that he owns the Democratic Party, that he controls where the votes come from, and he can do it in a way, most critically, Tom, that you can match up against Donald Trump. That win in Michigan tonight is an absolute signature victory because he's able to stitch together those white working class voters. He's leading in a lot of those so-called pivot counties, the places that voted for Barack Obama either once or twice and then went to President Trump. He's winning there, and he's taking support away from Bernie Sanders. It was so important to understanding the reasons that Hillary Clinton lost, to understand that she did not have that appeal to those working class voters. That is the Biden base. And when you combine that with African-American voters in the South, as well as in the big battlegrounds of the Midwest, the Northeast, and even the West, that is a powerful electoral coalition. And it begins to perpetuate itself because Democratic voters see that. They see him as a more and more inevitable nominee. And there's a comfort level with Joe Biden that he can build on in taking the argument to Bernie Sanders, yes, but more importantly, more critically, is Donald Trump.
All right, Rick Klein, we appreciate that. I want to go to Nate Silver now. And to build on Rick's points, and from working the map a week ago on Super Tuesday right next to you and tonight, Joe Biden is doing really well in the suburbs. He is winning where he needs to win. And we are talking about some of those pivot counties that went for Obama, then went for Donald Trump. Yeah. What data have you pulled so far that we can maybe take a look at the general election if Biden becomes the nominee?
I mean, I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. But remember, the counties that were more, rural counties in the Midwest were places that went strongly from Obama to Trump. Look at Missouri, for example, a state Obama almost won in 2008. Joe Biden is winning every single county in Missouri tonight except for one, which is Boone County, University of Missouri.
Yeah, Columbia, right.
So it's almost like the reverse of what we were used to seeing with Clinton, right? Where it's like those college towns, but not even the urban areas, because if you have an African-American vote, it tends to go for Biden. So I haven't seen a candidate with this kind of geographically broad a coalition in a while. It's something Democrats are probably fairly happy about.
Nate, I want to press you on something, though. You said you don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, and I know he's not the nominee yet. But do you say that because it's still so early in the calendar, or do you say that because of voter turnout and things like that? We don't have all the numbers yet.
I mean, usually the polls are not that reliable for the general election until the nominee is chosen. Now, if we get into a presumptive nominee phase, if we see Trump start to attack Biden, which is sure to happen, I think, quite soon, then there might be a little bit more, you might read a little bit more into those polls. But remember, the key is the Electoral College. All these candidates lead Trump by some margin in the popular vote right now, as Clinton won the popular vote. If Biden can bring back more of the Obama-type coalition, then maybe he's not at such a disadvantage in the Electoral College in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan and so forth.
All right, Nate Silver from our partners over at 538. Nate, thanks for that. Lindsay?
I'd like to bring in Mary Alice Parks now, our assistant political director. Mary Alice, I'm curious just what has struck you tonight, if anything. I don't know if Michigan was a surprise for you, or what is your big takeaway of the night?
Michigan was a bit of a surprise for me. I think that it is a major blow to the Bernie Sanders campaign, like we've been talking about all night. But one of the interesting parts of the conversation going forward is going to be the pressure that Bernie Sanders may or may not feel to get out of this race and when. I'm reminded of what it was like as a reporter to cover the 2016 convention. I was there in the room when Senator Bernie Sanders spoke to his delegates and talked about his plan for endorsing Hillary Clinton back then on the convention floor. And his delegates stood on chairs and booed and screamed and had a very raucous meeting, arguing in real time with their candidate. That moment for me was so interesting because it spoke to the real divide that still existed in the Democratic Party at the convention. And that's exactly going to be the sort of divide that Democrats this time are going to want to avoid. In Michigan, I'm looking at our question in the exit polls. Would you back the Democratic nominee regardless of who it is? Overwhelmingly, the voters said yes, 82%. But 15% said no. And of that 15%, 57% were Bernie Sanders supporters. So there's going to continue to be that question about how the larger Democratic Party works with Bernie Sanders going forward if Joe Biden does continue to march towards the nomination.
So you're expecting really a repeat of 2016?
I think it's possible. I also think, though, that Bernie Sanders is very aware of how everything went down 4 years ago, and he's not going to want to see that same divide in the party either. The difference between 4 years ago and now is that the president has been in the White House for 4 years. And even 4 years ago, I don't think Bernie Sanders was expecting President Trump to win that election. And he's seen the party, really rally behind one fundamental goal, which is to beat President Trump and make him a one-term president. So Bernie Sanders is going to have to make a different kind of decision for himself going forward. I'm struck, too, though, really fast, looking ahead to Arizona. There was a very interesting endorsement over the weekend. Congressman Ruben Gallo, a congressman from Arizona, backed Bernie Sanders in 2016. And this weekend, even before the results from tonight, he backed Joe Biden. That tells me that he's looking towards a possible Joe Biden win in Arizona. We've talked a lot about how the map only gets harder for Bernie Sanders going forward.
And it's so interesting that just a few weeks ago, when Bernie Sanders had the momentum, he said if he had the highest delegate count going into the convention, he should be the nominee. And so it's going to be curious to see what he thinks about that at this point going forward. All right, Mary Alice, thank you. I'm going to send it back over to Tom.
Hey, Lindsay, I wanted to talk about Missouri, and I wanted to bring in Heidi Heidkamp here to talk about this, because as we zoom into Missouri, Heidi, this really struck me. If you look at this map 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton basically, this is the Mississippi River for just to get people some geography. Hillary Clinton did really well right here, and she did really well right here, but it was basically a 2% state. She won in the urban areas as well, St. Louis and Kansas City, but the map didn't look like this as well. All these counties in the middle were for Bernie Sanders. And Heidi, tonight they're for Joe Biden. And so my question to you, as somebody who was a senator in a red state, what happened to voters? Why did things suddenly change 4 years ago? Do you think this is a referendum on Hillary Clinton? Do people like Joe Biden more than they liked Hillary, or they just think that Joe Biden is the man to take on Trump?
I think there's two things. Number one, they've seen President Trump, and they're saying we have to nominate someone that we think can beat President Trump. Plus, I think Joe Biden he's been everywhere, and that's one thing that gets forgotten. He was in North Dakota twice. He was in Missouri campaigning for Claire McCaskill. He's been all over the country being very, very generous with his time, so people in those states know him. I think that there was this Clinton fatigue, Bush fatigue. We talked about that. We don't talk enough about that yet. People just said, is it just Bush and Clinton that we have a choice of? And I think you send out somebody who people recognize as a blue-collar guy. He's been in these states. He's been in rural parts of these states, and he's going to do well. I want to see the turnout to see if the president is nervous about these numbers and more people coming out for Joe Biden in rural counties, because that's a big deal for his reelection.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the calendar now as we march ahead till next week. I know we still have 3 more states, including NODAC, the great state of North Dakota, where Heidi's from. But look, let's look at the map here. The battleground of Ohio may be one of the most important, if not the most important, as we get to November. Florida, another huge battleground state. Illinois and Arizona, all states that Hillary Clinton did very well in 4 years ago in the primary. I want to bring in Eva Pilgrim now, who is covering the Biden campaign for us. And Eva, how does the Biden campaign feel going into the states? I know they feel pretty confident about Florida. You have a combination of factors in Florida, but one of the biggest, of course, the trip up, if you will, of Bernie Sanders making that comment about Fidel Castro, which is going to hurt him in the biggest voting area of the Sunshine State, which is South Florida, with those Cuban-American voters and those voters from Venezuela and Colombia.
Yeah, exactly, Tom. They think that trip up from Bernie Sanders a couple of weeks ago really plays into their favor. And that's a trip up that those voters in those areas have not forgotten and likely will not forget. Joe Biden had events planned in the state of Florida. There was a conference that he was supposed to go to in Orlando that was canceled because of coronavirus. He canceled his Tampa event as well in light of all of the coronavirus, and is now switching and choosing instead to stay in Delaware, where he will speak about coronavirus. But they feel good. The numbers, at least that they are looking at this point, show them doing well in Florida, and they think that's just going to add to the overall delegate count that will help propel Joe Biden into the nomination. You know, the win tonight in Michigan, huge for them because it proves that he can do well with the working class voter. And when I talked to Joe Biden just Monday, which I guess was just a day ago, he said to me, winning Michigan matters because it's more than just winning a primary. It's about making sure that you can win in November. And those working class voters, they remember him. It was something we kept hearing as he was out stumping on Monday. Multiple surrogates from Michigan, people who had endorsed him here, were talking about the Obama-Biden time in the White House and how they bailed out the auto industry. And that's something that has not been forgotten and is likely something that will not be forgotten. How that plays out for them in November will be interesting to see, but it's the first step towards making sure they can have Michigan in their win column on the night that it matters, Tom.
Eva Pilgrim covering the Biden campaign tonight for us. Eva, thank you. We have Rahm Emanuel, an ABC News analyst, on the phone. Of course, the former mayor of Chicago, former congressman, former chief of staff to President Barack Obama. Rahm, first, your take on Michigan and what this means for the race.
What I think is, I agree with Eva, is that, I mean, it sends a signal about our competitiveness with Joe Biden for November. I actually think this is the take when you put together the last 10 days. It's clear by where Joe is winning, who he's winning with, what he's winning with, and the percentages. I think that this is a real question that Senator Sanders is going to ask his team is, for the interest of the party, which is all about November. The number one, number two, number three goal for the party is winning in November. Does continuing this fight, rather than focusing now on November, really help our chances? And Senator Sanders has to ask himself a serious question starting, tonight. Is a continuity of this going into the next 4 states that we mentioned? Three of them are going to be clear battlegrounds: Florida, Ohio, Arizona. Given that Illinois is going to be pretty clear about, I think, what's going to happen in November. Does continuing this battle, given where the writing is now on the wall, does that really help the party? You don't want to be responsible for in any way continuing a primary longer than it has to, and in some way endangering the Democrats in November and owning that. That will not be how you advance the Sanders agenda or any of the policies that he's interested in.
You know, Rahm, Rahm, if I can just interrupt you, I understand your argument on what the Bernie Sanders campaign has to sort of ask themselves, but at the same time, Bernie Sanders is calling for a revolution. He showed it 4 years ago. He wants to take this fight to the convention. What do you tell Joe Biden? How does he handle Bernie Sanders, not only tomorrow, but at next week's debate? And does he keep talking about Bernie Sanders, or does he just pivot completely to talk about President Trump?
Well, first of all, I mean, look, whatever it is, I mean, I think you got to go back. For Senator Sanders, Bernie Sanders is not the Clintons. He had something about the Clintons. He thinks that I don't agree with them, obviously, because I work for the president. I think the president was a very good president, but his view of President Clinton was that President Clinton was a really good Republican president. He wasn't a true Democrat and somehow bastardized the party. He doesn't have that animosity, personal and professional, towards Joe Biden. He may disagree with him on X or Y or Z, but this is not a personal affront. It may be a professional disagreement, but not a personal affront in the way he really felt about former Secretary of State Clinton. So in that sense, if I was Vice President Joe Biden, I would say, okay, if we want to keep doing this, okay, but I'm going to now focus on the good of the country, and that means winning in November and continuing a primary where and I would say this, it's not just Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders. The Democrat, you have to respect the singular voice of the Democratic primary voters, African-American voters, college, non-college, working class. All the people that Bernie Sanders says he wants to talk about, they have spoken in every region of the country, every part of the country. Mississippi's in the South, Missouri's in the lower Midwest, Michigan's in the upper Midwest, Minnesota's in the upper Midwest, Massachusetts and New England. The part of North Carolina, Virginia is part of the new emerging South. The party base has spoken with clarity and singularity. And I actually think whether it's not Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, their campaign, you got to respect the voters at some point. They have spoken.
Finally, Ram, if you are advising Joe Biden, and we have 2 minutes, what would you tell Joe Biden moving forward? Does he move off Bernie Sanders?
Never go on ABC ever again. No, I would tell him, look, I would now make the transition without being. If you're disrespectful, Democratic primary voters will snap you with a towel. So you want to move on and say, look, we can keep doing this, but I think our number one goal, whether we have policy differences on this issue or that issue, we share one common goal, which is beating Donald Trump. And I'm going to focus on that because I think the Democratic primary voters at all parts of the country, all parts of the party have spoken with a clarity, and I'm going to make sure that we win this November. That's where my energy and my focus is. Not dismissive, not ask them to drop out, not say it's time to stop the fighting. Just move on. Everybody else will handle it. And I do think Bernie Sanders has to take a step back. What does Ohio, Florida, Arizona, and Illinois continuing this gain you? What does one more week distracting us from our general election really gain when I think when you tabulate tonight's delegates, it's pretty clear the vice president's running up the delegate count, and the idea that we're going to have a battle in Milwaukee where maybe nobody's allowed to show up because of the virus, is that really servicing the party for the general election? Is that really what we want to do? I wouldn't say you have to force this, but I think Senator Sanders will come to the conclusion unity in common cause is now the right strategy.
All right, Ron, we thank you for your perspective. As always, thank you so much. I want to go to Terry Moran now. Terry, I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit with what Ram had said. This is Bernie Sanders, possibly his last campaign for president. He says he's a revolutionary. I can't imagine he just rides out into the sunset and lets Biden take this nomination without one more fight.
Well, he may have one more fight. I agree with Ram, though. You hear a very different tone from Bernie Sanders about Joe Biden than you did from Hillary Clinton. He does call him his friend. It seems like they have some kind of working relationship there. But the more important relationship is the relationship that Bernie Sanders has with these people. He's got a movement. He started a movement, an incredible movement. To see a Sanders rally is to see the America of tomorrow. Part of it, finding someone to believe in and something to believe in. The so-called apathetic, non-voting young people, they are charged up by this campaign. And however this thing ends, Democrats, Biden and Sanders, have to be very careful that they don't disillusion people, that they don't. I've heard people here tell me this is corruption. That's what it is. The fix was in again against us. Remember, the superdelegates were the ones that essentially handed Hillary Clinton the nomination in 2016. Here they saw the candidates dropping out right after South Carolina. They figured there's a strong hand behind the scenes of the establishment pushing those candidates out. That may not have happened, but the trust of these these voters, of this army of Sanders voters who are willing to come to rallies to give money in $5, $10, $20 increments, that group of people cannot be lost by the Democrats. So will Sanders go on? I think so, because of these people and because of the connection that he has. And you can see Bernie Sanders is almost moved emotionally. It's an amazing thing for a man who's been fighting for these ideals for 50 years and more, to have come in his late 70s to be the leader of this crusade, to use a word that we really can't use anymore, of young people 50 and 60 years his junior. It is something that he doesn't want to just fold up his cards and go home because the party elders are telling him to. And if Biden and the Democratic elders are smart, they'll listen to what Bernie has to say about his next steps and what he wants to do and how he wants to do it.
It is no doubt a delicate dance. You do not want to offend those voters and or Bernie Sanders, but Joe Biden is definitely going to want to wrap up this nomination process. Terry, we thank you for that. We're going to take a quick break. Some final thoughts when we come back. You're watching ABC News Live.
Welcome back to this ABC News election update. Here again, Tom Yamas and Lindsay Davis.
And welcome to primary night in America. You are watching ABC News Live. We have been following the big political news all night. Joe Biden at the delegate count at this hour with more than 700 delegates breaking away from the Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. The big news of the night, what happened in Michigan. ABC News can project that Joe Biden will win the Michigan Democratic primary. As we keep coming back to this slate, the difference in votes gets wider and wider. Joe Biden pulling away more than double digits here with 66% of the vote reported in. A reminder, Bernie Sanders won this state 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton, but tonight it is Joe Biden's night. We also want to talk about the state of Missouri and what happened there. Joe Biden again with another decisive victory with more than half of the expected vote in. Joe Biden expected to win the Missouri Democratic primary. And Mississippi, a blowout for Joe Biden with 81% of the vote. And again, we say this every time we come back to this. We are watching that 15%. If Bernie Sanders comes under that 15%, he may not get delegates in the statewide vote. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. And my colleague Lindsay Davis is also here monitoring some of the other voting data we're getting from these primaries.
Certainly. What we learned from Super Tuesday, which we already knew really, but was reinforcement, was that Bernie Sanders does well with the young voters and he does well with Latino voters. But at stake tonight, primarily what we saw, older voters at play and black voters. And if we just look at this age breakdown for a second, in Michigan, 62% of the voter turnout, they were 45 years old and older. If you take a look at Mississippi, 67% were 45 years old and older. And if you look at Missouri, 67%, 45 or older. And in Washington state, 71% were 45 and older. So really, once again, just reinforcing that Biden does well with those older voters and the black voters. I want to bring in Zohreen Shah, who was on the campaign with Michael Bloomberg. And Bloomberg, we already know he endorsed Biden, and he has said that he will do whatever he can to make sure that he successfully defeats Donald Trump. So what can he add? What does he have in his arsenal, other than money, to help out Joe Biden?
He has bodies. You know, he had over 2,000 people on his staff that he just put together in just a few weeks. And when I went to a lot of his events, they were the most well-orchestrated events that I have seen. He had a mini army at each of them. And now he's bringing part of that mini army onto the Democratic Party. He is leaving some of those people and some of those buildings in 6 key battleground states, which is going to be significant. Those are some of those people who are going to go door knocking, who are going to be making those phone calls. But it's not just about those people on the ground. Think about the digital strategy, too. You remember some of those memes that Michael Bloomberg created, those little videos, the quick tweets. They know that Donald Trump does social media really well. They know the Democratic Party has to compete with him in that area. But Michael Bloomberg isn't just lending his numbers. He is lending his name, of course. As you mentioned, he endorsed Joe Biden the day after Super Tuesday. He came out. He said he is backing Joe Biden. He called him a great American, a good friend, someone he's known for a long time. But there's a lot of people out there who say, is this really going to matter, right? Of course, Bernie Sanders is saying, oh, just another billionaire endorsing Joe Biden. What does that mean? And then you have critics who say that machine didn't work for Michael Bloomberg. How do you know it's going to work for someone else? So
Heidi,
we'll see.
I think everybody forgets that one of the reasons why Donald Trump won is he was able to convince people, I'm a billionaire and I'm successful. And now you have somebody who's really a billionaire who has been incredibly successful saying Donald Trump is not good for the economy. Joe Biden's good for the economy and good for the economy long term. So does he help in a Democratic primary? Not much. But does he help in a general election if he's willing to lend his reputation as a businessman, as a billionaire, to that discussion? You bet. And I think that he has somehow gotten rent-free space in the president's head. And I think the president's distracted by him, and I think that's a good thing for Joe Biden.
And Matt, Dad, I want to bring you back into the conversation, and let's go back to where we started the night with coronavirus. Do you think that that has been an asset, essentially, for Joe Biden?
Oh, well, I definitely think it's what it's done is to created this idea in Democrats' mind is they became very completely focused on electability as the simultaneously coronavirus problem arose and hit, and then the stock market plunged, and there was all these questions about the economy. All of that basically serviced these voters to the idea that we need somebody that can lead through a crisis and that we know is calm, steady, experienced leadership. And when that choice became apparent, then the voters decided that person who was best able to beat Donald Trump and best able to handle a crisis is Joe Biden. And I think that's what we saw. We saw the start of this wave, and it's built every day. This wave was somewhat big in South Carolina. It got bigger on Super Tuesday. Today, the wave has even gotten bigger in the states that we've seen so far tonight. So I think the voters, this coronavirus issue has caused the voters to be singularly focused on beating Donald Trump with somebody they believe is a leader.
All right, thanks, Matt. Tom, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yeah, we have Kim Wyman on the phone now. She's the Secretary of State in the state of Washington. Of course, we're still waiting on results out of that state. And Secretary, my first question to you is, how has the mail-in voting been going so far? And I know we don't have any results yet, but how does it look so far?
Oh, it looks great. We're already seeing record-breaking turnout. All of the ballots that we've received through today, this morning, we're at 40% turnout, and we still have a large number of ballots to count. I would say we're going to be close to 60% by the time we certify the election.
Secretary, what kind of effect do you think coronavirus has had on this election there in Washington? You know, we know Seattle and King County has been hit so hard by the coronavirus.
Well, we're a vote-by-mail state, so really it's been more on the employees in the counties that process the ballots that come in. They are using personal protection measures like using gloves to handle ballots and envelopes. But our voters, the nice thing is we don't have polling places on Election Day. They go to drop boxes or to mailboxes, so actually it's really helping, I think, voters have peace of mind in voting.
Since I have you on the phone and you do work in government there, talk to me, what has it been like to sort of face the coronavirus head-on? Seattle and the state of Washington, I don't want to call it the epicenter, but you guys have had so many unfortunate headlines about the coronavirus lately.
It's really trying to get people to separate the facts from, the hype, and we want people to be calm. And I think you're seeing a lot more messaging of, wash your hands. If you're sick, stay home from work. In fact, I've been in Seattle all day today, and the traffic is really light because we have so many people telecommuting. So I think people are trying to be measured and just be really cautious.
All right, Kim Wyman for us, the Secretary of State of Washington. Kim, thanks so much for that. I want to bring in Mary Alice Parks right now to talk about the state of the race in Washington. We don't have any results in yet, Mary Alice, but this is your home state. You know it pretty well. Bernie Sanders did very well here 4 years ago. What are you expecting tonight?
Well, 4 years ago, it was a caucus state, and we know that caucuses tend to really benefit Bernie Sanders in this process. But Bernie Sanders was part of that committee in the Democratic Party that urged states to actually get rid of caucuses. There are very few caucuses this go around. This time, Washington State is a traditional primary, so we're not expecting him, even if he does win there, to win by a big margin. And going into the night, it seemed like the two of them were really neck and neck. But look, we're talking about an incredibly blue state. The larger Seattle area, just incredibly liberal, incredibly young, but also a lot of tech and diversity in that part of the country. I was struck, though, this week in handling the coronavirus. I know I talk about this issue a lot because this is what I cover as a reporter, but the governor there in Washington State, Governor Jay Inslee, declared basically a state of emergency and urged employers and insurance companies to waive copays and deductibles so that patients that were worried they weren't feeling well could have less of a barrier of entry to go to the doctor during this medical emergency. Now, that was fascinating to me because that's a Democratic governor basically making a move that sounds a little bit like Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All plan. So we're just going to continue to see a conversation about health care in this country as the health care crisis around coronavirus continues.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate to have, and I don't know if we've really have had it really at an extensive level, because we've also seen what's happened in Italy as well there, where the entire country is on lockdown and doctors and hospitals just talking about being completely overwhelmed. I want to ask you, though, how do you think coronavirus plays for voters? Because we have seen some data coming out about making big decisions as the commander-in-chief, as the leader of the country. Nobody knows this more than Seattle when it comes to coronavirus. They've seen it there in their communities. They've seen it in their nursing homes. They've had awful deaths, horrible headlines coming out of there, and they've really had to tackle coronavirus head on. How do you think that's affected voters long term? And we know it's a mail-in vote state, but do you think that'll have any effect on the vote tonight?
Oh, I think it could. Look, across the country, we've seen voters drawn to Joe Biden in this moment because they see him as someone that can handle a crisis. When voters are nervous, they look for someone that has experience, that projects calm and comfort, not to mention a sense of unity. People want to feel like they're all in a fight together from coast to coast. If the country's going to deal with a crisis, they should deal with it together, regardless if they're in a red state or a blue state. And I think that that speaks to Joe Biden's strengths. He's been that sort of candidate. It's that sort of message that his campaign is delivering. So no doubt, I think that when this virus took off and the crisis took off, the politics around it benefited Joe Biden. I don't, though, think that the conversation around health care is over in the Democratic Party.
Oh, definitely. All right, Mary Alice, thank you so much for that. I do want to bring in Rick Klein because, Rick, there's two sort of breaking stories, headlines when it comes to the political world that we're dealing with right now. One coming out of an interview Representative Clyburn just did with NPR. We have some headlines about future debates.
That's right. Congressman Clyburn, of course, the most prominent endorser of Joe Biden. A lot of people think he created the momentum that has led to this, probably the most important endorsement of this whole primary season. He is saying that at the end of the night tonight, Bernie Sanders needs to reassess his campaign, and the Democratic National Committee needs to make an assessment about how to start winding down the primary process, including the possibility of canceling the remaining debates. There's one on the books right now, although the DNC has also said there would be another one in April. The next one is on Sunday night in Arizona. Interestingly, Tom, just tonight the DNC said that there wouldn't be any crowd for this. There wouldn't be any live audience because of coronavirus fears out of an abundance of caution. Now, we've talked to some folks in the Biden campaign. None of them say that the vice president is likely to make any kind of suggestion like that there should be no more debates. We know the Sanders campaign has been looking forward to this one-on-one shot, the first one-on-one debate after 10 multi-candidate debates through the course of this campaign cycle. But I think you'll see a growing number of Democrats aligned with the Sanders with the Biden campaign, and some of them just aligned with the idea of winding this down now that there's a clear front runner who will be making that suggestion that now is the time for party unity and that the two candidates fighting each other on a nationally televised event may not be the best way to proceed.
Yeah, right. And then we also know there's a headline out on President Trump as well. Maybe not somewhat surprising with the Alabama Senate race in the primary there.
Maybe not surprising, but maybe surprising if you're Jeff Sessions. Tommy Tuberville, the former Alabama football coach who's advanced to a runoff against Jeff Sessions, has received the endorsement of President Trump. Of course, Jeff Sessions was the much embattled Attorney General under President Trump. He has never forgiven him for that fateful decision to recuse himself from the Russia investigation that led to the appointment of Robert Mueller. And once again, President Trump turning on his one-time friend and someone that remains quite loyal to him. Jeff Sessions is running entirely on a pledge of being as loyal as possible to Donald Trump. Donald Trump has none of it. And for the runoff election that's going to be happening in a couple weeks' time, he is going with the guy that isn't Jeff Sessions, very pointedly.
And the president does love athletes and coaches, the former coach of Auburn in this race. You know, it's funny, when you study Donald Trump, there are people that he forgives, that he has gone to war with, that he has fought with, and he eventually forgives and makes up with them. But Jeff Sessions, Rick, this is incredible. This is somebody he does not want to forgive.
It is remarkable. Jeff Sessions was the first member of the United States Senate to support his campaign. We all know Stephen Miller so well from the White House. He was a Jeff Sessions aide. He moved over to Donald Trump. And Jeff Sessions has been as loyal as anyone in terms of voicing support for the agenda. But with that one decision to recuse himself from that Russia investigation, he seems like he has earned a permanent place on Donald Trump's hit list. And therefore, even as Jeff Sessions tries to return to the Senate, he is not getting any love whatsoever from the president.
Yeah, it was game over with that move. All right, Rick, we thank you so much for your perspective. We're going to take a quick break. Much more when we come back. You are watching ABC News Live. We are looking at a live picture right now. At any moment, former Vice President Joe Biden is expected to speak in Philadelphia and speak on what is a huge night for his political campaign. Tonight, ABC News can project that he has won 3 states, expected to win 3 states, the biggest being Michigan, right here, projected to win the Democratic primary there. 53% of the vote against 39% for Bernie Sanders. This is a huge win with nearly 3/4 of the vote in so far in Michigan. Again, this was a state that Bernie Sanders won 4 years ago. This race right here makes this a pivotal point in this campaign and in this nomination. We're going to have to wait and see how Bernie Sanders recovers from that. And then in the state of Missouri, another big win for Joe Biden tonight. Finishing it off there with 61%. We're still actually waiting for more of the vote to come in, but right now we're projecting him to win the state. And then in Mississippi, this was a huge win for Joe Biden. 81% of the vote, 15% for Bernie Sanders. As we say every time we see this, we got to watch that 15% number because that's sort of the threshold to win delegates. Lindsay, such a big night tonight for Joe Biden, winning in those 3 states and the map just turning more and more for Joe Biden as he marches across east now to west.
Right, and you have this kind of sobering statement or reality check from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who affectionately calls him Tio Bernie or Uncle Bernie, and she said in an Instagram chat, there's no sugarcoating it, tonight's a tough night. And your response when you heard that, you feel that she's actually kind of a voice of reason who could say, potentially, Senator Sanders, it's time.
Yeah, I think she's clearly the heir apparent to the movement, to the revolution, and she was instrumental in giving him a bounce with her endorsement after his heart attack. She is, in fact, just absolutely aligned perfectly with his ideas and with his ideology. And if she believes that the movement needs to step back, let this race go forward, being with Joe Biden, she could be very influential to Senator Sanders in convincing him that the time is now to suspend his campaign and unify the Democratic Party. And it's a smart move on her part, because if she wants a future in the Democratic Party, people, the moderates like me, will say, oh, that's a smart move. What are her ideas that we can look to incorporate?
And I want to bring in Mary Alice again. Mary Alice, your response to hearing the Representative Ocasio-Cortez's statement tonight.
Look, she's clearly being reflective. And this doesn't surprise me because there isn't any sugarcoating for this night for the Sanders team. You know, since Super Tuesday, they have talked about 2 things they would need to do to be able to switch the narrative around this primary. They talked about needing to win the Michigan primary and then do well on that debate stage. Well, one of those 2 things isn't going to pan out for them. And so they have not been able to articulate a path forward for his campaign. So I'm not surprised that she's sort of being reflective in this moment, sort of coming to terms, it looks like, with a tough reality right now for the Bernie Sanders campaign. But, you know, I've seen her out there on the campaign trail many times. She's one of Senator Sanders' strongest surrogates. I mean, she is a force in front of those big rallies. She gets young voters up on their feet, screaming and shouting. She has come to play on a number of these key issues. You know, she was obviously the author of the Green New Deal, a big part of his platform, really pushing forward the idea of needing sweeping change in the country to combat climate change. She's been an ardent supporter of Medicare for all and making college affordable. So I agree with Senator Heitkamp. She seems to be sort of the next younger generation represented in his movement. And we've talked all night about the huge generational divide reflected in a lot of our polling out of these early states, and a generational divide that the Democratic Party is going to have to come to terms with before November.
Mary Alice, as one of our Bernie watchers, we've just learned that he is not going to speak tonight. He went home to Burlington, Vermont, and he's decided not to speak tonight. You surprised by this, and can we draw anything out from that decision?
I am surprised by that. He normally speaks to cameras. He likes to get his point of view across to reporters. You know, it's really different for a campaign and a candidate when you're home. He is going to be in his own house where he has a lot of close family and support and community. And candidates just think about things differently when they're back at home. You know, Sanders has a really tight inner circle. He has one of his senior campaign advisors has been working for him for longer than I've been alive. It's a fact that I tease them about often. He's going to spend time with his close allies now and really do some soul searching, I imagine.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, we appreciate that. As we look at the live event for Joe Biden, former vice president, I think they're testing out some microphones, checking out some camera angles, a little behind-the-scenes work right now. They want to make sure this moment is perfect. I do want to go to Eva Pilgrim. She's covering the Biden campaign. She was in Cleveland. She is in Cleveland, Ohio, even though the former vice president is in Philadelphia tonight. And Eva, what can we expect to hear from the vice president?
Well, I think we'll likely hear a lot of positive messaging about that this is what we need to do in order to take back the soul of this nation. He keeps saying that if we have 4 more years of Donald Trump, it will fundamentally change who we are as a country. And it's not lost on me, and I'm sure a lot of you, that he is choosing to give tonight's statement at the Constitution Center, which is right across, directly looks at Independence Hall, where the founding fathers founded this country, and those ideals are a lot of the ideals that he points to, guys.
All right, Eva Pilgrim, you heard the cheers there. Former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, have just gotten in front of the microphones. Let's listen in.
By the way, we weren't planning a rally, but our headquarters is just around the corner. And these are all people who've been working like the devil to try to get us elected as the... So I want to thank my sister Valerie and my son-in-law, Dr. Howard Kreiner, here. And folks, look, we were planning a big rally in Cleveland tonight. But the governor of Ohio asked the presidential campaigns to cancel their indoor public events in Cleveland with large crowds of people. And that's what we did due to the coronavirus, and he was concerned about that. And as I've said all along, that we would follow the guidance of the CDC, state and local officials, and public health officials with respect to our campaign events. We'll continue to do that. This is a matter, this whole coronavirus issue is a matter of presidential leadership. And later this week, I'll be speaking to you on what I believe the nation should be doing to address this virus. But tonight, I want to speak to you from Philadelphia, where we announced our campaign at the front end, where we did our final announcement. To all those who have been knocked down, to all those who have been counted out, left behind, this is your campaign. Just over a week ago, many of the pundits declared that this candidacy was dead. Now we're very much alive. And although there's a way to go, it looks like we're going to have another good night. With victories in Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, and we're waiting to hear from North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington State. As I said from the beginning, this election is one that has character on the ballot. The character of the candidates, the character of the nation is on the ballot. It's more than a comeback, in my view, our campaign. It's a comeback for the soul of this nation. This campaign is taking off, and I believe we're going to do well from this point on. Take nothing for granted. Want to earn every single vote in every single state. But if you're willing, if you want to join us, go to joebiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, and contribute if you can. We need you. We want you. And there's a place in our campaign for each of you. And I want to thank Bernie Sanders and his supporters for their tireless energy and their passion. We share a common goal, and together we'll defeat Donald Trump. We'll defeat him together. We're going to bring this nation together. We're regenerating a Democratic base, the Democratic Party, the African-American community, high school educated folks like the ones I grew up with in Claymont, not far from here. In my old neighborhood, labor, suburban women, veterans, firefighters, union members, and so many more. People of every economic station. The poor who are struggling, and they are struggling in this environment. The middle class who worries about whether or not they're going to be able to hang on and stay there, maintain their economic security. They're the reason Jill and I got involved in this campaign in the first place. And they're the reason why I became a Democrat so long ago. And I can't tell you, I really mean this from the bottom of my heart, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the confidence they've shown in me thus far and the way they turned out to vote for me. In my first campaign, when I was a kid, a long time ago, I had a billboard that said one thing on it. Had a picture of my wife and children, and it said, "For all our families." That's all it was, for all our families. That included Democratic families, families of independent voters, Republican families, everyone of every stripe, for all our families. And look, that's what we were able to accomplish in South Carolina. That's what we did on Super Tuesday. And it appears, although it's a little premature, it appears that's what we're able to do tonight. In just the past week, so many of my incredibly capable competitors have endorsed me. Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, Mike Bloomberg, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Together we're bringing this party together. That's what we have to do. Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal. And at this moment, when there's so much fear in the country, and there's so much fear across the world, we need American leadership. We need presidential leadership that's honest, trusted, truthful, and steady. Reassuring leadership. If I'm given the honor of becoming your president, I promise you I'll strive to give the nation that very leadership. Every day, I have a privilege to hold office. That's the reason why I'm running for president. I believe we're in an incredible moment in American history, a phenomenal opportunity to deliver a bold, progressive vision to the American people, guaranteeing that every American has health care, affordable health care, total health care, not a privilege but a right. Building on Obamacare, providing every child access to good education, regardless of their zip code, to deal with the moral depravity of our children who have to learn as they go to school, little children, to duck and cover, zigzag down a hallway because they fear someone with a semi-automatic weapon may be coming in. We have to stand up to the gun manufacturers and to the NRA, and I will do it. We have to rebuild the middle class. We have to rebuild the middle class, and this time bring everybody along. Everybody along. And my fellow Americans, we have to once again lead the world. Donald Trump's America First policies made America alone. You know, in the fight against climate change, we have to rally the rest of the world to act, and act now. Rejoin the Paris Climate Accord on day one. Make it clear to our allies that we'll honor our commitments, that our word can be trusted. And make clear to our adversaries that we will stand fast in restoring world order. That's the American responsibility. Tonight, I'm speaking to you from the National Constitution Center, not far from where two of the most important documents in all of history were written. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Those words became the American creed known around the world. The U.S. Constitution, we the people. These words literally changed the world. We've never fully lived up to the promise of either of those documents, but we've never, ever before walked away from them. And they're a reminder of what's at stake in this election. Our very democracy is at stake in this election. As I said from the moment I announced not far from here that I believe we're in the battle for the soul of this nation. With Donald Trump as president, our core values, our standing in the world, our very democracy, everything that has made America America is truly at stake. I believe this nation can overcome 4 years of Donald Trump, but given 4 more years, he'll forever and fundamentally change the very character of this nation. We can't let that happen. But winning means uniting America, not sowing more division and anger. It means having a president who not only knows how to fight, but knows how to heal. It means replacing a president who demeans and demonizes people with a president who believes in empathy, compassion, and respect for everyone. It is my hope that the days of divisiveness will soon be over. We're a decent, brave, resilient people. We are better than this moment we're in. And we just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's not a single thing we cannot do if we do it together. We're on close to the eve of St. Patrick's Day. I'm thought of a quote some of you heard me quote many times. A fellow that I admired very much who passed away not long ago, a poet named Seamus Heaney. He wrote a poem called The Cure of Troy. And here's what he said in one stanza. He said, history teaches us not to hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhymes. I truly believe it's within our power, for the first time in a long time because of what's happened in the past 3 years, the power to make hope and history rhyme. That's what we're going to do. God bless you all, and may God protect our country.
And you've just been listening to Joe Biden speaking in Philadelphia, saying that we need presidential leadership that is honest and steady, and that is his promise, giving also his pledge for day one of his presidency, and saying that in the coming days he'll be announcing how this country needs to handle the coronavirus. Curious, Heidi, want to come to you for a final thought.
Well, I think this was a huge night. I think the question now is, what does Senator Sanders do? There's really no path forward, and he's going to have to make up his mind whether he continues this ideological discussion or whether he recedes, gets some of the points that he's been making into this agenda for the Democratic Party, and we unite behind one candidate.
And Zareen, for you.
You know, Lindsay, you asked me about Michael Bloomberg and Andrew Yang both endorsing Joe Biden. There are over now 10 candidates, former candidates, who've endorsed Joe Biden. Yang, of course, tonight, just a couple hours ago. I think there's going to be a lot of speculation around who the VP pick is going to be. I spoke to some former aides today. All of them know that that speculation game is going to start in the next coming days and weeks. They all have stories about why their candidate is so supportive of Joe Biden. So I think we'll be hearing more about that in the next coming days and weeks.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Our political director, Rick Klein, was also listening to that speech. And Rick, I think for the first time we heard from Joe Biden, the potential nominee, and not Joe Biden, the candidate running for the nomination right there. He addressed the crisis facing America before he addressed the good news for his campaign. And his pace was slower. He looked in command of that speech. And it was almost a different Joe Biden, or maybe a Joe Biden that some supporters wanted to see months ago.
He was subdued, he was measured, and I think trying to convey a sense of the gravity of this moment, given world events, given the concerns Democrats have, the existential threat that they feel Donald Trump poses to them. I was particularly struck by the tone he struck toward Bernie Sanders, lavishing praise on him and his supporters for the energy, the enthusiasm, inviting him to join his campaign. There was no call there for Bernie Sanders to exit the race. And I think in acknowledgement that there's a lot of votes to be counted tonight, and maybe a lot of votes to be counted down the road. This was an attempt by Joe Biden to try to reach beyond the immediate fights of this primary season and to remind Democrats, remind Americans of what politics is about and what he's in it for. I think it was a soaring moment, even though the rhetoric was relatively downplayed and subdued in that setting at the National Constitution Center.
Mary Alice Parks, as Rick just mentioned, he was gracious to Senator Bernie Sanders, but all you have to do is go online, go on social media, and many Democrats, establishment Democrats, are making the case it's time for Bernie to step aside. What do you think Senator Sanders' next move is?
I think he's going to be at home with his closest friends and family and advisors and contemplate that very question. Is it time for him to bow out? But I'm looking online at some of his campaign surrogates, and they're saying not yet. They're urging him at this point to keep up the fight. Nina Turner, one of his top campaign surrogates and co-chairs of the national campaign, tweeting not over indeed. So there's going to be a debate in Bernie Sanders' universe about what to do going forward. And like I've been saying all night, I think they're going to keep looking at this age divide. It is the most profound part of the story for me. I'm looking at the state of Michigan, where Bernie Sanders won, according to our early exit polls, 64% of voters under 45 years old. That means that Joe Biden was only at 32% of voters under the age of 45. That's much bigger than some story that college kids like Senator Sanders. That is a deep generational divide in the Democratic Party, and it's one that Joe Biden is going to have to start speaking to in a real way ahead of November.
Terry Moran is at a Bernie Sanders, what was going to be a victory party there in Detroit, Michigan. And Terry, I know you heard Vice President Biden speak as well. You've heard many Biden speeches. There was definitely a change in tone tonight. He elevated his speech. He elevated sort of where he was in this race. And you know, he was sort of poetic there at the end, quoting I think it was an Irish poet, the one he quoted, talking about hope. And Terry, my question to you is first your thoughts on that speech, but also is that message, the message of hope and the message of change in the era of Trump, is that something that can stick with voters when President Trump is going to give whoever this Democratic nominee is the race of their life?
He sure will. There's no question about that. I'm not sure it's a message of change, however. It's something else. Tonight comes as a moment of relief for the Democratic leadership, the Democratic establishment, and for some of the Sanders voters we've talked to, that's enough to disqualify it. But tonight is also, no doubt, the considered verdict of the Democratic base, of Democratic voters. They had an array of candidates, including Bernie Sanders. Each one stepped forward and had a moment. Amy Klobuchar, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, Bernie Sanders, Mike Bloomberg. They had a moment, and at the end of the day, Democratic voters came home. They came home to the most familiar candidate, not the candidate of change, but the candidate of restoration in some ways. Joe Biden, in some ways, is offering yesterday the time when people sensed we were more unified, the time when there wasn't this rancor and divisiveness in the country. He wouldn't describe it that way, but that is essentially what he's saying. In 1920, Warren Harding ran on the platform, a return to normalcy. And it may be that Donald Trump's Achilles heel is that he's exhausting, is that the outrage, the constant tweeting, the constant change of direction, the constant attacks, at the end of the day, even for some of his supporters, is not the kind of politics they want to dominate the next 4 years. Joe Biden is betting on a middle-class decency that he has based his entire political career on, not policy so much as a feeling. Can that feeling carry him past the tiger fight that he's about to be in with Donald Trump? You know, remains to be seen. But the Democratic base, the Democratic voters have spoken. They don't want revolutionary change. They want this steady hand, this familiar face. They'd like a return to normalcy. Tom?
Terry Moran with the final word tonight from us here at ABC News Live. We thank you so much for watching. There are still 3 states we're watching tonight: Idaho, North Dakota, and Washington. You can look for results on our website, abcnews.com. We will have a full wrap tomorrow on Good Morning America and World News later in the evening. We thank you so much for everyone here on our panel. For Lindsay and myself, we thank you for watching. From all over the world, we thank you for watching ABC News Live. Good night.